Old World, Florida.
Old World, Florida.
Old World, Florida. Dude, I'm telling you, dude. Dr. Narco Longo came on and dropped the hammer of the god.
America's mother, daughter of Atlantis. God sent the weatherland, the devil sent the Spanish. Florida is Eden, the fountain of youth, Kali is deception. So Florida is the truth.
Welcome to Florida, baby.
Dr. Narco Longo.
Florida is everything. There's too much truth bombs being dropped. I can't digest it all.
Old World, Florida.
Long guy.
Please welcome Dr. Narco Longo.
Yo, yo, yo. What is up? How's everyone doing?
Hello, man.
Well, happy Thursday, everyone out there.
Happy Thursday.
Coming to you live from Palm Beach County, right here, Lake Worth Beach. It's Thursday, June 13th. And happy Thursday, Jesus Day, Arthur Day, Jupiter Day. It's the purest day of the week. Best day to be pure and temperate and show benevolence. And it should be the Christian holy day, or one of the Christian holy days. The sun is the Christian holy day right now, but Thursday belongs in there as well. So last night I had a premiere, which was the Elephants of Atlantis video. Untapped content, guys. That's nowhere else on YouTube. We're going to be reviewing that tonight because it was such a long video. There was so much extra stuff that was getting crammed in at the end that I just had to be like, done, like exported, you know? It was gravy overload. The rabbit holes were deep, vicious, and unsurprising, but shocking. So the Ringling rabbit holes, pretty crazy. You know, it's one of the deepest old world Tartaria, you know, Moorish, all of this getting thrown in together, and it's real. Like, it's not this, look at that building, oh, this guy was a Mason and he might have done this. No, this is like vicious, and the state of Florida is drenched in this conspiracy. So Elephants, Atlantis, we're going to be screening the video in a little bit here. If you haven't seen it already, go check it out. I'm also especially promoting this one because it's going to get censored. It's going after some people that have censored in the past, have done things above and beyond that, or below and beyond that. So there's a light is shed on some sick puppies, to say the least. So I'm going to shout it out unashamedly. Go watch it. Elephants of Atlantis. It's my newest video. And hope you enjoy it. But we're going to be screening it here because there's a whole lot to say about it that didn't make it into the video.
Are you thinking about doing a part two? Because yeah, once the ending starts hitting out, I was like, man, how far am I into this? And I looked, there's like 5 minutes left. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. The ending totally opens up a whole nother doorway to a whole nother video. So we're going to go to that location. It's the next logical step. Down in Miami, there's a hotel that feeds into this. We're going to skip around in the video. We're not going to watch the whole 2 hours, 45 minutes. But that's what we're getting into tonight. Thanks, everyone, for being here. And yeah, that's it. We got Shem here from Tartarian Truth. We've got Spencer from Florida. And we've got Jimmy Stingray, my producer extraordinaire. And he's over in Michigan. So we lost good St. Jimmy here from the state of Florida. But
temporarily. It's nice and green up here. It's very peaceful.
Legal.
So here, Shem, how you doing tonight, man?
Not too bad. Shout out to the chat. Appreciate you having me.
Nice.
Spencer.
Worked
a lot yesterday, today.
Guys,
Well,
I've
nice.
been in 48 hours, and I have the first head cold I've had. First somewhat sickness I've had since 2021, but couldn't be happier to be here. Let's go. I want to ask some questions because I missed out half of the elephant video. But the part where he's like, there's a lot of guys eating it up here. That dude's lying. He was like
Spence,
clearly lying on the other podcast.
Spence, mate, you sound like a robot to me. Is it sounding like that to anybody else?
Same here.
I mean,
Well, let's go.
It was fine before we went live.
is you taking on a little transhumanist tone? But
Mic check.
oh, there you go. I thought, okay, you've healed from a head cold, but you've become part
Now you
Cyber Spence.
Sound like RFK Jr.
I've
mic check one.
yeah,
second.
very.
God damn, bro.
Might just have to
RFK
maybe try
in there.
rejoining.
Spence
Probably
got hit.
avoiding it.
Spence got hit with some spike proteins or something. He's
It's the Smithsonian.
Dr. Fauci is actually what he's actually doing is
I can only do it if I just listen to him. That's the thing. Like after I just listen to him, I have the voice, and then I forget how to do it. But it's seriously like someone has a DJ knob on his like pitch, and they're just turning it up and down really quickly because he's like,
yep. Sounds like
Israel.
sounds like Steve Carell is, or sounds like Jim Carrey's typing his speech up.
Right. It's that on a keyboard, you have that knob that just goes, wow. It's like someone is like a kid's playing with that constantly when he talks.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a serious presidential candidate.
He's getting tremoloed.
Yeah, tremoloed, yeah.
I'm a serious presidential candidate.
I'm going to march down Washington Avenue with a Star of David. Because he went like very Zio suddenly because he said that COVID doesn't hurt people of Ashkenazi descent. Remember that interview? He was like, COVID is designed not to only target certain races. And then he got so much backlash for kind of suggesting that it may have been designed to not affect one kind of people. He was like, oh shit, and marched down to the Capitol with Israeli flag. So you got to do it.
His wife, who gets passed around on Curb Your Enthusiasm, was probably like, Robert, what the fuck are you talking about? You're gonna cost me my job.
Yeah,
just gripping his sack like.
Yep.
She owns him. He was killing it on Kill Tony.
Oh.
On a Robert F. Kennedy actually had some balls. He went out and killed Tony.
I did not see that.
And the first joke he told, it was pretty good. He's got I'll give him
wow.
this. He has he can make fun of himself. He goes he goes up on stage and he goes, I was gonna write a bunch of jokes tonight.
That's pretty good.
a worm ate that part of my brain.
He's like, a worm ate that part of my brain.
Oh, was that a joke on Kill Tony?
It was
the media. That was
during-
really like picked up. That was the front page of everything, that a worm ate part of his brain. That was just a joke, he said?
No, he told that in response to the joke. He told the joke in response to the news. Like he was playing it off.
Well, it's believable.
His wife this is the important part. It was funny. It was pretty funny. Everyone laughed, and he was going in for another joke, and then his wife ran up and took the mic and was like, "No, we got to shut this down." She has done that multiple times.
Oh my
where
god!
like she
Really?
is his handler, dude.
Whoa!
It's crazy.
She must be brave because he's killed all his exes, right? they've had accidents, and they've had sudden departures around him.
Right.
So she's got it. You got to have a warrior woman in that role, because if you don't own him, you know, he's gonna get bored.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, all right. We got some Florida news here. It's been
yeah. I mean, are you underwater? Are you doing like a NASA video, or you know?
No,
because
we're good.
I imagine NASA, when they're doing their videos of like, oh, the internet, because the International Space Station is in the news right now.
Yeah.
Apparently something happened when they were asleep or something. It's constantly like, keep talking about this thing that's real, you know? And so I imagine in Florida and like Cape Canaveral with the flooding or wherever it is, they don't need to fill the room. They can just open the door and they can do their videos where the bubbles, you know, surface and all that. So it's not affecting Lake Worth Beach?
No, Palm Beach County is Gucci.
Okay.
Yeah, the rain is all south. Broward County, Miami-Dade.
What kind of characteristics would you say characterize that area of Florida?
Right. Well, here, we've got a...
Is anyone lighting the loafers?
Here, so we've got...
Flash flooding!
This major weather situation in Broward and Dade County. We're in Palm Beach County. So Broward and Dade are just south of us. And
in Trump County.
That exactly. Palm Beach County is Trump County.
Yeah.
Broward County is Fort Lauderdale is one of the homosexual capitals of the world.
There it is.
And
because of the shape of the state.
North Miami's up there, but Miami has an especially large homo population as well. And then Key West is, you know, is like the capital of the world for all LGBTQ stuff. So
the tip, right at the tip.
Right, the tip. But Miami and Dade is getting, or Broward and Dade are getting hit the worst. 2 counties south of us, and the rain's torrential. It's definitely some of the worst flooding I've ever seen.
I'm just sad for the rainbow chalk drawings on the street. If anyone's been just drawing with chalk, you know, this water is really gonna, well, those rainbows are gonna probably, you know, get washed away. So I'm just, you gotta paint them, and that way they can. The only thing is a burnout that might happen if you paint them on the street permanently.
Well, hang on. Is it illegal to do a jet ski pulse?
The most Florida.
If it's a submerged intersection, can I do a jet ski burnout on top of a pride walkway?
Yeah.
DeSantis needs to instate that.
There's no law against it.
Right.
So
we need to chart the territory before.
You just have to do like a GTA jump from the water and land on the rainbow.
Got to get out ahead.
Yeah, something like that. But it's got to be done. I mean, we're putting together a little map of the state with different rainbows where people have, let's just say, they've put on the brakes a little too suddenly because they're cautious drivers, you know.
Right.
And there's been a couple of scuff marks. Look, if you paint the Sistine Chapel on a freaking intersection, I mean, what do you expect? If you have art that's painted where people drive every day and walk, I mean, you wouldn't want to be walking on the American flag.
Yeah, but
right?
But Jimmy, you're forgetting these people are addicted to skid marks. That's what they.
There he is. Don't call him the doctor for nothing. Skiddies. Yeah. It's not. You're not wrong.
No, it plays a big role. Skiddies.
Yeah, they love the skiddies.
1,000-year deluge.
1,000-year deluge. More.
Mud.
No, never
Millennial reign of Christ.
Of
Tartaria.
what? Of what? The article doesn't say what the deluge is of. But yeah, it's getting pretty wet down there. You see pictures. The media is really going for it. It's a big old climate change flood, of course. But this is natural. It's Florida washes itself. You would probably speak to this. It actually cleanses itself of scum, filth. Just it's rejuvenative. Like in the northern states and in Australia, there's a bushfire in Australia. In the Pacific Northwest, California, they have forest fires. Nature cleans it out. Nature, burns it off to let new things grow. And, we can't argue with that. We can't get in the way of that.
No.
It's a natural process.
So this rain is extreme. And why does it matter that it's those people? Why does it matter that it's those counties and that lifestyle? Well, it just so happens to be Pride Month, too. So happy Pride Month to Broward and Dade counties. They're pretty dang underwater. Hope everyone's okay out there on a serious note.
Especially
if you're out there.
Kodak Black.
Who?
Kodak Black. Doesn't he live in Broward County?
No, I think he's Palm Beach too. He's west. He's like an Okeechobee guy, if I'm not mistaken.
He'd probably have a dinghy on him, just in case. Probably have some sweet little ding that he'd be able to whip out in case the flood waters rise.
He's probably got a yacht. He's probably got a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's under house arrest.
Well.
True.
How's he swimming? Does anyone know?
They don't swim that well, Jimmy. I'm not sure if you know.
I never took swimming classes with him, but if he's in house arrest and his big mansion gets filled up, what's the brother gonna do?
No, they're fine in the middle of the state.
Oh, okay.
Not that much of a concern.
Very smart.
But
hopefully he's writing. He's just pen to paper.
Yeah, so that's the flooding situation. If you're down there in Fort Lauderdale, Miami, make it out safe, y'all. Don't be afraid to drop some oranges. Call for some aid in the Old World Florida chat. We have a lot of knight errants here in the chat who are ready to come to the rescue.
Lend a hand.
Yeah, drop a dolphin in the chat if you need some rescuing.
You can build a raft out of recyclable, plastic bottles, water, containers, orange juice bottles. Just save them up, tie them together, duct tape. Got yourself a raft. So there's no excuse.
Guys, actually, I'll tell you something real quick. We had so much rain when I was in high school that it flooded everything where I'm at. The local golf courses were like 10 foot underwater. We swam out the Oaks, climbed to the top, and we were jumping out of the top of the Oaks into this nasty water. Well, we were in a neighborhood, and the cops came, and I told all my friends because it was at nighttime, and the cops came, and they were like, "Come on over." And we were like laying on all these oak tree branches. Forget, like we were laying there. I'm like, "What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do?" And all my friends were like, "We gotta go. We gotta go. They're gonna arrest us." And I said, "What are you gonna do? Let out the SWAT dolphins?" And boy, the chief of police did not let that go for like 5 years.
What?
True story.
Dude, your stories are legendary. Sorry.
True story.
What was that, Shem?
I just want
to talk over you.
Did he just you just saw him for 5 years and he kept bringing it up, or what do you mean?
I just saw him. So I live in a small town, Zephyr Hills, where the bottled water comes from. I ended up actually trying to become a police officer and having to apply with that guy later on. I was already a guy in town that they would use to go buy beer. So they would send me to go buy beer in locations and do stings, and they would incentivize me for like the code to the car wash that they use. And but they had dirt on me. And so it was like,
wow.
I was that guy.
Sounds very dark.
Your stories
You're
are
a
so
snitch.
Florida.
You're a snitch.
Hey, it was either all I did was try to buy alcohol that I was taken care of, but if not, I was going to jail. And so I decided the quickie mart that was selling beer to 16-year-olds had to go down, and I was one of them for a long time.
Wow.
Yeah, we've all been there, dude.
Their own people.
But when they threw the book at Dr. Longo, he took that shit like a real ass beep.
Real ass YouTube.
Real ass cracker.
Yeah.
Looked at that.
Wow.
Looked at the judge and said, "All right,
I'm
what's
a
next?
herbologist."
Speaking
Said,
of crime,
did you say I'm a microgreens like organic farmer?
I said I'm slanging that motherfucking Lord's incense in the Garden of Eden, literally. So
There it is.
my cracker. I'm
It's
just
the
a little
Lord's incense.
just a little tally cat. Yep. My negus.
Yeah. Negus. The judge is named Negus.
My royal negus. YouTube. That's what I said.
Yeah,
Real dictionary word. Real dictionary word. These YouTube subtitles can be whack, bro. I said a real word. All right.
Yeah, that's right.
So
it's George Negus. He's a famous journalist, I think. What are we watching here? Sheriffs? Oh my gosh! This shot
Jimmy,
of the century.
what happened, Jimmy?
Okay, so there was a very dramatic, tense scene. A hostage was taken inside of an office, bank, of course, right in the belly of the beast. And a woman, vulnerable as she was, an admin girl, was taken hostage by really someone who wasn't doing too well in the upstairs department. He was spiraling. And, you know, I would love some footage of the sort of things he was saying. Who knows the journey that he was taking, but he wasn't doing too good. He was threatening the woman with a large blade. So very, very dangerous. And he had her. And so they called the SWAT team in of Lee County. So this fella, and this is his team. This is the press conference they did at the Bank of America. So, you know, with marketing what it is these days, it could just be a Bank of America commercial. They could have organized the whole thing. Who knows? But the SWAT team comes in. As you can see here, the woman is taken hostage. A very dramatic and very frightening scene inside of a normal safe.
Two people taken hostage.
2 people. Oh, my goodness. I didn't even know.
That guy's acting like a girl, bro. We got 2 girls hostage.
Look at his right arm.
Yeah, there's the mudra.
Look at that.
And
oh my
so you
God.
got 2
Illuminati power stance confirmed. This guy's been watching Huberman videos.
He's directing our attention. So here's the SWAT team. The hostage taker with a blade with these 2 vulnerable women was hiding behind this computer monitor, worked on the front desk of the bank. And there was a sharpshooter called in right here with the sheriff, an ace, as he's known. And he takes aim through. He's aiming at the computer monitor.
That's crazy. That's crazy. His boy's doing the banana phone. And
Guys,
he just slips it in.
Notice the film. He has an built-in image stabilization. They are planning to film and record this, as you see.
Right.
Yo,
right.
Spencer, you're going all AI again.
So look at the hole in the monitor. You can see now that the SWAT has moved it out of the way. You can't see, but there is a visible hole. You can see right through that thing because this guy just blew a hole in it and then domed the hostage taker, which really, I mean, this fella is getting a new badge. There's a new sheriff in town. Whereabouts was this? Which town?
Lee County.
Lake Negus.
Near Negus. Okay. Lake Negus. Well, Lee County can rest safe in their beds this evening because this psycho has been taken to the next place by a a sharpshooter. Annie
Yeah.
Oakley, they call him, his mates.
I think
I
you
mean,
got
that's
it all
bravo.
wrong.
They put his name out, the shooter.
Yeah.
The sharpshooter's name is out to the public. Jimmy?
Oh, you asking? I don't know. If we zoom in on this, let's look it up.
Yeah, what's crazy is they blew his head off, and when he lands, it looks like a spilt watermelon. It's like, oof. But
That was
then they,
it's a good shot.
Like you only hear one shot, so obviously his head got taken clean off, and then they still throw a flashbang in behind the counter and flashbang the two victims
Just to make sure.
Yeah, I don't know if he needed that one.
Yeah,
I don't think he heard that one.
Just so that
He
those
didn't
poor
hear or
women,
see it.
yeah, so that people could calm down and be blinded for like 20 seconds, so that no one could see the mess that was left behind, because it blurred the whole wall as well behind him. So Sterling Ramon Alvache, who was so an interesting name, an interesting guy. He is no longer with us. He took 2 hostages on February 6th, armed with a knife and claimed to have a bomb as well. So he was really, some would say he was asking for it. I mean, he was posing a big old threat to these poor ladies.
To me, it looks more like they're asserting their white privilege by standing in front of them.
There, poor Alvalash, indeed.
Rube
Who
Star,
knows?
good to see you, Rube Star. Miss you, buddy. Make sure to call in next time we go live.
Rube.
They're not putting out his name.
So, Jimmy, how long have you been monitoring this story?
Well, it's been off and
Monitor.
on. Not very closely, to be honest. Sheriff Carmine Marcino is
Have we computed the? You get it because they shot him through the monitor.
Oh, monitoring.
Come on, right over your head.
Flew right over. Okay, yeah.
Looks like he's leaning on the fax machine. Hope I don't get that message.
Yeah, he lands face down on the copy, and then it just faxes like just directly you. Yeah. Wow. Because you had just been dealing with the bank, you'd been sending records back and forth, and then just so happened to send back this image to the bookstore of that terrible face. No, they're not putting out the name of the shooter, but they should, and they should give him the crown of some sort of a vassal. I think we need to step up the sheriff to, something a little more old world, some sort of reef or
Sharif.
cape.
Let's promote him to Sharif.
Sharif, like a Moor sheriff.
Yep.
Moorish sheriff. Yeah, it's hard to say quickly. So, bravo to him, the faceless shooter.
Oh yeah,
We saw the back of his head.
that was insane though. The
footage is
over the
wild.
shoulder, the over the shoulder on it through right past his buddy's ear.
There's like
It's
a live
crazy.
leak version where you can see him actually die.
Oh, it's lovely.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you can see. It looks like a spilt watermelon container hits the ground. It's
Oh, there he is.
See, based on the way he's leaning there, it seems to me more like he's educating them.
That
Wow.
he's giving a wink.
Well, this picture was clearly taken before the incident.
Yeah, he's took a selfie before going into the bank, giving a wink. Classic Sterling. Not a very Sterling move.
Classic Sterling.
He's the Joker, but no longer a threat to the public and these poor bankers that were just trying to do their job and count those beans.
Should have named this crack a pewter or something. He ain't
More
no
of a
Sterling.
Yeah.
More of a tin.
More of a clay, even, ceramic.
Aluminum.
That's it.
All right, that's it. That's
we
all
got
I got.
next? What we got next?
I'm out of running the joke tanks running low.
Yeah, so Russia's in town. They're coming in for Fleet Week, are they? They're trying to get close just to say g'day, which is cool. You know, it's a nice little flex. Sorry.
Good on, Mike.
Yeah, I was thinking, was it in like international waters or like was it within U.S. waters? Does it say? Because they sent
What do they
some
say? They're like
ships
60
over.
miles. They're like
Yeah, it
60
was
miles
very-
off the coast.
Very
30
close.
miles. Oh wow. Yeah.
So the Pentagon had deployed 3 Navy destroyers, and they came close in a submarine. I mean, it's obviously a very tense situation at the moment. People in the chat are saying Cuba. Is that a thing? Because I saw that and I just thought that was like a Fox News like meme
apparently
or
you can,
something.
like Russians and Cubans can go back and forth without getting a special passport. Apparently,
Still,
Yeah.
really? Wow. I
So
thought that may
so
have
maybe-
ended with the wall, with the curtain coming down.
No, I guess they're still connected.
Wow.
For some reason, there's like a people in Russia back in history called the Cubans as well, but of course it's spelled with a K.
Oh,
Interesting.
no way.
Cubans.
Well,
Yeah,
Ybor City, which is the cigar capital of the world, and was founded by Cubans and Russians. That's why there's St. Petersburg right there next to Tampa.
I'm looking for this document that I have that says that Russian ships used to sail in U.S. waters all the time, and they were like the closest friends. So like,
In the 1800s?
Yeah, it was from a book talking about the Chicago World Fair. For some reason, they randomly mentioned it in there.
When Nicholas and his family, when the Romanovs were still alive, probably. Can you imagine if there was an American, the American power centers at that time, and the Romanovs would have been best friends? Why not? They would have shared a lot of common cultural, would have shared a lot of culture.
Nice.
So there was no need to be enemies with the Ruskies.
Dude,
it's all manufactured.
Yeah. If I can achieve anything in this lifetime, it's to mend our relationship with Russia.
Yes.
And help enact a glorious new regime between America and Russia, whatever they want to call themselves. They can
the true Christian giants.
They can have Crimea River. That's what I always say. Crimea River.
You bring up my screen when you get a chance.
Yeah, take it. Take all of those lands. They would do a fantastic job. All those countries would be honored to be ruled by a noble power structure, and Alaska could be, bridged once again into Russia as a friendly crossing point, and perhaps there could be research into some of these Alaskan islands. There we go.
Illuminati confirmed.
Throwing signs.
Is my still awful?
AP, bro. I think you've just got the wrong mindset about things, man. I think you just need to give me a chance, bro.
Bring up my screen real quick.
Hey, man, we can talk about that. I can help you figure things out about that. Let me neuro-linguistically program you. Let me help you, dude.
Submarine.
Casting a spell. Spell with the hands. But yeah, that'd be cool. Because Michigan has the Muskegon, right? Muskegon, Muscovites, Moscow. There's got to be some vibes there, going back.
They were connected until pretty much the Bolsheviks came around. Can you bring up my screen real quick?
Until the Bolsheviks. Lots of things were good until the Bolsheviks. Lots of things were nice. Until the Bolsheviks.
Florida.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, that's it for the news, I believe. That's all the good stories.
A couple of little things that I found just quickly. So there was a priest that actually has been charged with
That's old news. The guy
Is
bit
it?
the yeah. The
Ah,
guy
I
bit
just
the
saw it.
lady.
He bit a lady. Do people know this? When did it happen?
I think we even talked about this. We did talk about this. On the live
I'm
stream.
behind in the news.
Yeah.
Shark attacks.
Nice.
DeSantis and Disney's war is over. Apparently,
So
there's been. I think he can probably keep it going somehow. But there was some sort of legal. Yeah, he signed a big old budget in Tampa. Someone's lawyer won the legal fight. Whatever. It's boring, but I guess the war will rage on. But there is a ceasefire at the moment between DeSantis and Disney.
okay.
Probably continue because of what goes on in Disney.
Can you hear me, Jimmy?
I can, but you do sound like RFK sped up.
Oh.
As a transhumanist RFK.
It was fine.
Someone
for a while.
wants to name the coastal waters after Trump. This is just broke today. Congressman Greg Stube, whose district includes Sarasota County, will introduce legislation on Friday to rename the U.S. coastal waters after former President Donald Trump. So there's very exciting things happening going on there in the Republican Party. They're renaming U.S. coastal waters. So some might say there's more important issues to go after, but that's very nice. Oh yeah, this is his other war, which is wonderfully still raging. Oh yeah, they're saying that making your kids trans is constitutional. Okay, so can someone hand me a magnifying glass or something so I can see where it says experiment on children?
I think we need Nicolas Cage to go crack out the original on that thing. Okay, let me peep that original text. I don't think it says anything about the T kids, right? In fact, Nicolas Cage is featured in My Elephants. No. Sorry, it's the next video. It's the next video after that. Excuse me.
Excellent.
Knights of the Golden Circle. Video on the Knights of the Golden Circle coming out soon. And that has Nicolas Cage in it.
Sick.
Shall
I? Yeah. No, that's very exciting things happening in politics down in Florida mainly.
That's
yeah.
All right.
That's about it, really. It's a wrap up.
Nice.
And then, have you seen any drones that are supposed to be fighting mosquitoes down there? Apparently, they're releasing mechanical drones to fight mosquitoes in Florida. So, to fight mosquitoes,
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah. So look out. If you see one just following you and filming you, it's just fighting mosquitoes. So, just so that folks are out there are informed.
That's crazy. I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, I just saw it today. But it is from today. I just got to check dates now.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah.
How do I sound?
Oh, you're back. That's the real Spence back in the house.
Don't ever try to cancel out the noise through StreamYard because that was I hit the void, whatever.
It's good to have you back, man.
DeSantis and Disney, did we ever cover what the tactic Disney used to shut him down?
Oh, legal, financial?
The old world treaties, they used their actual land titles, the old world land titles. So going back to the clause in the Magna Carta as well.
Really?
Similar, yeah. And they utilized it because they used the title of the crown land intentionally, knowing that DeSantis knew what they were doing. So to deny what they were doing would have been disingenuous. And obviously he has a phenomenal legal background with special weapons warfare and the Navy and all that. And he was basically bred up and designed for it. So when they did that, I thought, oh, well, he knows exactly what that is. So for him to just go ahead and try to deny it like it doesn't exist would not work for him.
Wow. Is that admiralty law, or is it what is over the top of admiralty?
So maritime and admiralty is just like the law of the sea. You have commerce and contract.
Yeah.
Think Department of Transportation, think commerce. But basically the title that they were using was up here protected by treaties, treaty law. There were treaty hands before the constitutions, before the states, the codes, the statutes, and the ordinances, and it goes down the pecking order. So if you have a title that's higher than a warranty deed, acceptance of a warranty, acceptance of a warrant, you have a higher title than that, which would be something like a land patent or a land grant or a treaty, which was all present, and Disney obviously has had. They're not dumb. They utilize that higher title and they claim the land in that defense, and they were the first ones to do that in a long time.
Interesting.
Other than miners trying to get mineral rights.
Yeah. They're trying to make like a Vatican City, like their own city state, with their own laws. And I mean,
they have it though. They have all, so you to make you got to be almost like the Seminole Indian Reservation in Tampa near me. They have their own police force. They're their own sovereign. They've got everything.
North Miami, right, has a similar community with their own ambulances and their own laws, and very, very cultural, very insular in North Miami.
Yeah. Moving on. Sorry, I wanted to chime in on that one.
Very big houses and very big families. But no, that's cool.
So guys, let's give a thank you to our guests for joining us tonight. We got a jam-packed night tonight. We're just getting started. We got some Florida news. Thanks to Jimmy Stingray, St. James of Michigan. And but what else are we gonna get into? Well, Sham's been pressuring me to talk more New Testament, but I thought this would also be a good opportunity to show off my new Bible that my brother got me.
Wow.
Spoiled little Brad over here. My brother got me this. This is super, super cool. It's faux leather. Vegan. Okay. No leather.
Thank goodness.
Gold. Cha-ching.
Yeah. Flexing.
DJ Khaled level. And, but this is why it's really worth mentioning.
Ooh, there we go.
With the Apocrypha.
Whoa. Nice.
And don't ever let someone tell you that the best stuff's been taken out of the Bible, because it hasn't been. But the Apocrypha, the original King James Version, had the Apocrypha.
Oh,
so
really?
Is it my fault, or is it anyone's fault that it got taken out a little bit later on? No, but
how can that just happen?
Hey, what is
crazy?
What is the date of the original King James, if you don't mind me asking?
16. Was that 1611 ish?
Okay. That's the one that is in our public.
1608, 1610, 1611, around there.
1611. Yes, first published 1611.
So that's definitely using our law that our Constitution was written based off of, Public Law 97-210.
Yep. The project began in 1604 at the Hampton Court Conference, where this king summoned scholars and churchmen to address issues with earlier translations. 50 scholars worked in groups, and a committee of 12 reviewed the entire text. A committee of 12.
Good number.
Yeah, and they were the deciders.
Better than 13, right?
So we're going to be
1611. Yeah.
We're going to be reading from the Bible just briefly. We do that every Sunday. We've been plowing through the Old Testament. And Thursdays, we're going to chip away at the New Testament too. But we're only going to get into a little bit here just to grace the beginning of our little screening here. And Shem, is there any passage out of the New Testament you'd like to share with the people?
No, we can just wait till we go through it.
Oh my God. Fucking guy. Whatever. Well, I've got a little thing that my girlfriend flipped to earlier today that I really liked that I'd never heard before.
Gospel of St. John.
Ecclesiasticus 43. Excuse me. It's hard to get to.
Well, I'm extremely enthusiastic for this ecclesiastic.
Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, felt good off the tongue.
So, Ecclesiasticus chapter 43. We're going to read it. Ecclesiasticus chapter 43. King James Version. Then we're going to screen the new elephant video. So, and if Shem feels like sharing something from if Shem works up the courage to pick a New Testament passage, we'll read that. Drop a fish in the chat. Yo. Drop a fish in the chat for some Shem support. Shem support. Yeah. But
in Shem we trust.
For real, guys, he gets shy, so drop a fish. Any type of fish in the chat.
Curb your ecclesiasm is a
yeah, so, that's good.
And this one's good. It's about Pride Month. I like this one. It's about Pride Month, astrology, and Jesus being an astrologer. Cha-ching. The pride of the height, the clear firmament, the beauty of heaven with his glorious shoe. The sun, and I think we'll see why these got kind of taken out because it really glorifies astrology. Ecclesiasticus chapter 43. The pride of the height, the clear firmament, the beauty of heaven with his glorious shoe. The sun, shoe, not Jew, shoe, not shoe, shone, like show, shoe like, okay. The sun when it appeareth, declaring at his rising a marvelous instrument, the work of the Most High. Where my Moors at? Where my Moorish scientists at? Yeah, where my Hebrew brothers at?
Most High.
We stay in the Most High. Okay, I can promise you that. Over here. At noon it parcheth the country, and who can abide the burning heat thereof? A man blowing a furnace is in works of heat, but the sun burneth the mountains 3 times more, breathing out fiery vapors, and sending forth bright beams. It dimmeth the eyes. Great is the Lord that made it, and at his commandment runneth hastily. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times, and a sign of the world. From the moon is the sign of feasts, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully, changing. Pay attention, guys. Sounds like Dr. Long a little bit. Sounds like a moon month thing that I'm harping on about all day. Didn't come from me, guys. Came from Jesus. Okay? Moon is the month. You don't need some fucking YouTuber to tell you that. It's right there in the Bible. From the moon is the sign of feasts, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name. Increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. The beauty of heaven, the glory of the stars, an ornament giving light in the highest places of the earth. At the commandment of the Holy One, they will stand in their order, and never faint in their watches. Look upon the rainbow, and praise him that made it. Very beautiful it is in the brightness thereof. The real rainbow. The rainbow, bro. Okay? 7 colors, not the 6. It's the 7 colors. So let's make sure we're worshiping the 7-colored rainbow. Nothing wrong with that. The 6-colored rainbow, the pride rainbow, is demonic garbage and filth. There's no brown in the chakra spectrum. There's no brown in the rainbow.
Or black.
There's no sodomy color. Unless you're talking about red, which rules the root chakra, which is in its proper place. There's no brown in the rainbow. And there's 7, not 6. 7 is a number of perfection, with 12. But the
Did you guys
6-colored
hear
rainbow
about the
is evil.
the Jewish autonomous oblast? It's
In
doing the
Russia.
rounds on social media. I thought it was a little interesting.
In
I pulled up
Russia,
just
yeah.
the Wikipedia page. I can share the screen if it's easy. It was an autonomous zone set up in Russia in.
Is my mic like not working?
Oh, yeah,
No,
it wasn't.
is.
What did you
It
say?
wasn't. I was saying it was in Russia, but I've been
Yeah.
saying a couple things. I didn't know if it was working or not.
Yeah, it's I mean, feel free to jump in, fill us in. I only just found out about it. I saw it on Instagram the other day.
It shows how much of the Zionist movement is completely a lie. The modern version of his propaganda, even starting with Theodore Herzl all the way back, they lie about everything. But let's see what gets said first.
And was this like more of a Hasidic, or was this a Zionist community as well? It probably would have been, because check out the flag. This is where it's located, actually pretty close to China.
Yep.
This is its flag, its official flag. And it's from, what was its height? Established in 1934. At its height in the late 1940s. Late 1940s. Post 45. The Jewish population in the region peaked at around 46,000 to 50,000 people. So interesting flag there. I mean, what a coincidence.
Well,
yeah.
I want to learn way more about it. I had no idea about it.
look upon the rainbow and praise him that made it, the real rainbow. Very beautiful it is in the brightness thereof. It compasseth the heaven about with a glorious circle. We just saw a rainbow here right before we started. That's what made me double down on choosing this one. Rainbow, right when all this, it's been raining straight for like 3 days here. Like it is in Dade and Broward, it's not as bad, but it's been wet and gray here. So the sun finally shined through right around sunset, and we got a glorious rainbow. And that thing that only happens in Florida when the whole sky turns like fluorescent purple. Your skin turns like orange. Had one of those tonight, so pretty crazy. Well, by his commandment he maketh the snow to fall apace. Oh shit! Wait, hang on. It compasseth the heaven about with a glorious circle at the hands of the Most High, and the hands of the Most High have bended it. By his commandment he maketh the snow to fall apace, and sendeth swiftly the lightnings of his judgment. Through this the treasures are opened, and clouds fly forth as fowls. By his great power he maketh the clouds firm, and the hailstones are broken small. We've been getting a lot of hail here last month too. At his sight the mountains are shaken, and at his will the south wind bloweth. The noise of the thunder maketh the earth to tremble. So doth the northern storm and the whirlwind. As birds flying he scattereth the snow, and the falling down thereof is as the lighting of grasshoppers. The eye marveleth at the beauty of the whiteness thereof, and the heart is astonished at the raining of it. The hoarfrost also as salt he poureth on the earth, and being congealed it lieth on the top of sharp stakes. When the cold north wind bloweth, and the water is congealed into ice, it abideth upon every gathering together of water, and clotheth the water as with a breastplate. It devoureth the mountains, and burneth the wilderness, and consumeth the grass as fire. A present remedy of all is a mist coming speedily, a dew coming after heat, refresheth. By his counsel he appeaseth the deep, and planteth islands therein. They that sail on the sea tell of the danger thereof, and when we hear it with our ears, we marvel thereat. For therein be strange and wondrous works, variety of all kinds of beasts and whales created. By him the end of them hath prosperous success. By his words all things consist. We may speak much and yet come short. Wherefore in sum he is all. How shall we be able to magnify him? How shall we be able... For he is great above all his works. The Lord is terrible and very great, and marvelous is his power. When ye glorify the Lord, exalt him as much as ye can. For even yet will he far exceed. And when ye exalt him, put forth all your strength, and be not weary. For ye can never go far enough. Who hath seen him, that he might tell us? And who can magnify him as he is? There are yet hid greater things than these be, for we have seen but a few of his works. For the Lord hath made all things, and to the godly hath he given wisdom. Cha-ching! Astrology, Jesus, confirmed.
Astrology, Jesus, confirmed.
Yeah. Well,
There's a lot
I
to
think
unpack in that.
you're muted.
Oh yeah, it's the crickets. I realize there's loud crickets here, so I just wanted to cut that out. I was just gonna say there's memes about like teasing people for reading NIV, the New International Version. It's just nice to see it's nice to see that being called out. Just stop, because a lot of people just don't know and they just think it's all the same thing. And it's really important that we get back to the King James version and be able to actually, because people could be opening Bibles for the first time and could be looking. Oh no. Well, you gotta have one. You gotta have one to do a check.
Make fun of.
There we go. Wow.
It's the King James one.
Heck yeah. Look at the comparison.
Where's that? Barnes & Noble edition?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Those are
it's
good.
Very beautiful. And you could really hit someone with that, literally, self-defense. You could
guys,
do damage with it.
Everyone go out and get a King James version. That's a big boy Bible. That's the one to have. Not everyone likes to hear it, but it's true. All the other ones are dumbed down for Americans.
Shout out to Tim Dale.
Don't be afraid to conjugate your English a little bit. Okay. Let's get conjugal with those F's, right? Compassive, right? And the ye, thee, and ye being different. Shout out to Kent Hovind. Go watch why Kent thinks you should have a King James version. And that's totally in its own lane. And then go search why Santos thinks you should have a King James version, Santos Bonacci. And why I would tell you it is Kabbalistically correct. It is numerologically correct. It was translated into English with numerology.
There are some things. There's some things missing numerology wise, unfortunately, but with Genesis first.
How lucky of us to have the authority on all things numerology.
I'm definitely not, but in Genesis, there's supposed to be a certain number of words in between the different times where they say God. It's not the same as the Aramaic version for some reason, unless I guess you could say certain words belong together.
It's poetically interpreted.
When Santos gives his excerpt, is that newer or older?
That's older. Santos, probably like 2014, 2016.
Okay,
is when I heard him talk King
Sure.
James version. Kent Hovind he still talks about it. We had him on the show pretty recently, but
Yeah.
His famous videotapes are like the 90s, maybe early 2000s, seems like.
I go buy his shirts. I know. Tell me what shirt and I'll get there.
Yeah. But yeah, King James Version, it's not a carnivore Bible either. There's so many instances where meat eaters point to Bible verses saying Jesus clearly was, feeding meat or eating meat or telling his followers they could go eat red meat and stuff. No. If you have a King James Version, there's little to no, and I mean that, no instances at all where Jesus is actually advocating the consumption of flesh. There's an instance in Matthew where what goes into the mouth it's what comes out of the mouth that matters, not what goes into the mouth. It's what comes out of the mouth that defileth. All these carnivore, low IQ, triggered normies with zombie brain are just saying, oh, well, there, Dr. Longo, debunked. Jesus doesn't care about vegetarianism. He says it's what comes out of the mouth that matters, not what goes in. Completely unaware of the fact that their New International Version, their modern Americanized version, they say, yeah, Jesus said, oh yeah, you can go to the meat markets and eat whatever you want and guzzle it down and you're all good, because King James Version, clearly, it has to do with washing your hands as a superstition. Washing your hands. That's the dirt that he's talking about. That's the defilement. There were superstitions around washing your hands where it wasn't just cleanliness. They said, oh, well, I washed my hands, so my sin has been washed away. You know what I mean? This meal is blessed and I have no sin to account for. Jesus was saying, no. You can wash your hands all you want to, but it doesn't matter if your hands are dirty, because what goes into your mouth all gets neutralized the same, right?
If you accept the message.
Yeah. So
It's
that's the whole thing. We debunk carny nonsense daily on this channel. I'll be here all year for all time to come. I'll be here fielding questions about vegetarianism in the Bible. So
the other one was the dominion. The man has dominion over the. I don't know the verse, but I feel like it's man has dominion over the lands and the animals, something like that, right? Someone correct me.
Yeah, it's in Genesis.
Yeah, but that's too easy. Genesis is too easy. If you can't even, no carny can debate on Genesis. Everyone, even the most radical, normie biblical scholars, all accept man was vegetarian. Man had a peaceful golden age type existence in this, Garden of Eden type environment. Man was vegetarian, herb and fruit bearing seed. That's the perfect diet.
You also have to remember that all
diet.
During the time in antiquity, each one of these different interpretations of religion were represented by various animals. They would wear badges on their clothing to show which group they were part of. So when they're talking about clean versus unclean animals, they're likely referring to the type of interpretation of the original message that you're getting from these people. So it's saying,
right,
no matter what you consume putting in your mouth, it matters what comes out, because if you believe in Jesus, you believe in the message of what Jesus represents, then you can consume whatever other material from any other religion out there, but you'll still have the same peace and contentment inside of yourself regardless. So as long as you're not spewing something from that's what they could be referring to with that passage. It has nothing to do with actually eating.
Yeah, and hey, the people who say Jesus ate fish, you're gonna have to do better. You're gonna have to do better than that, guys. Okay. There's one instance where he's literally already dead, and then came back to life in some Obi-Wan Kenobi, type, like, as a ghost in the flesh. They weren't sure. And they grabbed the first thing off the table, and he puts a single piece of boiled fish. It says like a morsel, like a tiny piece, just to prove that he's human and that he had a mouth. Now, if fish is all you got, then I'll take it. Let's go pescatarian.
Yeah.
But
That's the move.
I still don't need any fish. Now,
Well,
if Jesus trolling his followers by putting a single piece of fish onto his already resurrected tongue, if that's what you feel justifies a red meat flesh adrenochrome diet, Jesus is anti-adrenochrome. God is anti-blood. Every diet that God ever commands is anti-blood. And any instance of sacrifice or allowing bloodshed or the consumption of blood in the Bible is actually a punishment set by the Lord. And the debt in the blood at the hands of animals and blood at the hands of brothers is a self-inflicted slippery slope. That man, what's the word? He, in the penguins, slide down.
Bobsled.
Whatever. Well, not bobsled. There's a word for it.
I'll be right back.
The slippery slope. Man committed the first blood sacrifice,
Right.
not at God's command. God did not command it. And the first two instances of sacrifice were nothing more than offerings. And there was no slaughter. So when that third sacrifice comes around after the flood, it's the first actual slaughter. And from there, God says, well, hang on. He liked the scent. He says the scent was pleasing. But then he says, well, if you want to play the game of sacrifice, now I'm going to demand this. Now you've started a ledger. You've started a blood debt. The blood that's been shed, well, now it's tipped the scales, and now you have to keep feeding this animal.
Wow, that's our money system, bro. That's Babylon.
Wow. Yes, it is. Same model.
I'll tell you, bingo, Spencer. Because what is the reason that the King James version is not, drenched in carnivore nonsense? It's because in the King James version, all of the instances of meat markets and shambles refers to money changing. So there's a couple instances where Jesus says you can go to the shambles. Look this up. Every meat eater that disagrees with me, I implore you to look up the word shambles. Shambles. Shambles is the word that's usually used in meat market. When you see meat market in a newer American garbage Bible, carnivore clown Bible, pedophile Bible, those Bibles say meat market. In the King James version, it says shambles. Shambles means a money changer's table. It is the place of corruption.
Wow.
Jesus was flipping the shambles. Now, what happened at some point in Old English or Middle English or whatever? Shambles started to mean meat market. Why? Because it was the same bad left-hand path tribesmen who were committing both financial corruption, financial exploitation, and shilling meat on the people. The people who owned the meat markets were the same ones who were clipping coins and doing the money changing. It's a fact. And the word shambles was then used to apply not only to money changers' tables, but to the meat market itself. Because the two went so hand in hand, it was the same location that you went for both. That's the shambles that Jesus is warning against and saying, initially he says, you can go down to the shambles and eat with the jackals who work there. as a Christian, you shouldn't be so above anybody that you can't share a meal with them. I share meals with meat eaters. I talk this talk, but the walk that I walk is, compassionate enough to sit down and I can have a full meal with someone eating steak next to me. It doesn't bother me that much. I'm still an American. I'm still one of the people. Okay. That
Dude,
doesn't change me from imploring people to, otherwise.
there's a level of the meat being. So you've seen the Curlian photography of a charged piece of fruit, right?
Yeah.
That is a representation of a positive and a credit, and there's seeds in there, right? We talked about these seeds being a an energy generator because it's positive energy, it's equity, it's credit. But meat is this dead flesh. There is no energy. It's a negative. It ends right there and has to keep going into further into depth. So what I'm seeing now, it's like the contrast is completely goes over both spectrums. It's like, oh, once you're eating meat, you're in this debt system now. And that to me is exactly where like the meat markets and the debt slavery systems and the money would come in to play, because now we're not working off of equity and credit. Interesting. Positive, negative.
So yeah, it went from meaning money changes table or a stool, and then became in the early 15th century meaning a meat market, table for the exhibition of meat sale. And then a further extension, a third part of its meaning, was like a slaughterhouse. And so it quickly led to a figurative use of shambles to refer to a place of terrible slaughter or bloodshed. So like a battle that went wrong or something. And then they used it to mean a literal slaughterhouse.
Right. Like you're getting ripped off so bad, you're getting slaughtered. That's totally a valid interpretation. Another way is that it's a karmic debt. When you shed blood, you're literally going in karmic debt.
Bingo.
And the material is going to reflect that.
Yeah, it's in Shakespeare, it's in the Bronte sisters, Jack London's The Road, even. It's all in literature. A scene of great destruction. Yeah.
Right.
Money, meat, slaughter. Makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, all right. That's that passage. Shem, you want to share something?
Shambhala.
We can either wait to get into it, or you can, if you want to, you can read it now. Go. But I want you to read it.
What?
It'll be Matthew chapter 6, start at verse 24. If you want to read it. If not, we can just wait till 3 weeks from now when we get into it.
I don't know. You can read it. How
Oh,
long is it?
Pull out that voice.
10 verses. Okay, so I'll try and read it then. No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon, which is supposed to actually be money. Therefore, I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment? Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are ye not much better than they? We're going to stop there, but it does go on. It just continues on and says more. It makes more comparisons like that. And
Go
basically,
on.
which of you by taking thought can add 1 cubit unto his stature? And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you, that even Solomon in all of his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, or yea, O ye of little faith? Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek. For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all of these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof.
Gosh, I feel like we're hardwired, and he's saying like you have the instincts, you're hardwired for it. Don't worry about it. Follow me, and you'll find the right way. There's so much physics loaded in that, too.
It just applies to so many aspects of life. But you could go into so many different things with what's being said here.
What is that verse, Shem? Just repeat it.
Matthew 6, starting at 24.
Matthew 6:24. Excellent. And that so many, things that have become phrases or commonly used.
Breath air was in there, wasn't it? A little bit.
Ooh.
Little bit about the breath, and it was just kind of referring to just the breath was more important than the food.
No bathrooms.
Yeah. No bathrooms.
No need for food. Just the breath. Just to tie it back.
Guys,
no toilet. No toilet.
Let's get into this screening here. On that note,
release the elephants.
That was a good one. That was loaded. You took your time picking.
Let us know how the audio sounds as we're getting started here. We're gonna have to tweak all our levels probably, but
oh yes.
Here's the video, guys. Tell me if you can hear it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Perfect.
Oh, whoops.
Stories of hairy elephants.
Oh.
The 5-second version.
Sorry, that was a different browser. Sorry.
This is Dr. Narco Longo with the Florida Department of Magic. Around the year 360 BC, the Greek philosopher by the name of Plato committed to record the foundational account for the legend of Atlantis. From the depths of the Mediterranean to the highest peaks of South America, man has largely searched in vain ever since for the remnants of that phantom empire. On this channel, we have even entertained and largely substantiated the notion that the Florida Peninsula was one of its major epicenters. Evidence for such would include the world's largest concentration of ancient megalithic ship anchors, known as Saxor stones, which can be found in the exact vicinity of the most Greek city in the Americas, Tarpon Springs, Florida. Keep in mind, Atlantis
Feel
is
free
a
to
Greek
pipe
myth. In addition to the multitude of Greek words contained within ancient Indian toponyms, the abnormally tall natives of the American Southeast can be firmly linked to ancient Greeks, not only linguistically and culturally, but genetically. It is difficult to fathom that the Greek pantheon was inspired by anything other than the lightning capital of the world, the hurricane capital of the world, the seashell capital of the world, the highest concentration of freshwater springs in the world, the sinkhole capital of the world, the fishing capital of the world, the boating capital of the world, and the shark attack capital of the world. Renowned American psychic Edgar Cayce also fingered Bimini, a small island off the Florida coast, as a central hall of records for Atlantis, which was supported by the subsequent discovery of the Bimini Road in 1968. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is another commonly proposed location, but Plato tells us the greater Atlantean continent was larger than Africa and the Middle East combined, not a narrow chain of presupposed islands. Flat and fertile, Florida's prehistoric coastline identically matches the dimensions given by Plato for the great southern plain of Atlantis, measuring 555 kilometers north to south and 370 kilometers east to west, per 11,600 years ago. The fact that the horse is universally recognized as having quote-unquote evolved in the United States over millions of years ago, to the point of near domestication, then disappeared in the precise time frame for Plato's catastrophic fall of Atlantis, 9,600 BC, only to appear in Eurasia a mere few thousand years ago, fully prepped for domestication, serves as an archaeological nail in the coffin for any and all clinging to a Mediterranean, South American, Pacific, or even Northern European homeland for the Atlanteans. And thus we arrive at the topic of tonight's presentation: elephants. In addition to confirming the presence of horses in the Atlantean homeland, Plato's detailed account assures us that elephants abounded there too. Such a criteria has been conveniently avoided by researchers, as it immediately disqualifies nearly every popular candidate for the island and continent of Atlantis. However, the presence of elephants further bolsters the case for Florida, together with the greater American continent. For those unaware, Florida is widely considered the mecca of mastodon, mammoth, and American elephant fossils. It should not surprise us to find out that the largest living elephant herd in the Western Hemisphere is today found in Florida. Miami Beach was actually built by elephants. In this video, we will uncover the hidden history of elephants in Florida and ancient America by examining things like first-hand reports of living and breathing American proboscideans, Native American cryptozoology, the pertinent opinions of Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln, their use in the American Civil War, the Ringling Circus being headquartered in Florida, the fact that all 7 of the Ringling brothers were master masons of the Scottish Rite, the Republican Party mascot, their use as emblems in the American Southeast, and the archaeological findings of Florida, which overwhelmingly support an Atlantean connection. The views expressed in this video do not necessarily reflect my own. Now enjoy.
Shem's mom's bedroom.
Is that Olive?
Welcome to Florida, baby.
Just kidding. Footage from inside Shem's mom's purse. Just kidding.
It's on her what?
All right, guys. So what are we thinking? How's that intro? Were you guys aware of the... Or whatever, Shem, we'll let you...
Wait, what were you gonna say? What are we aware of?
Were you aware of the Ringling connection? Were you aware of how many elephants there are in Florida? How many elephants there were in Florida in ancient times? Was any of that on your radar?
The elephants in America thing, I'm kind of familiar with. The Republican Party thing, I'm kind of familiar with. But Ringling Brothers, no, not at all. This is all new for me.
Spencer.
Yo, all I caught was was that an Alabama football jersey with an Alabama with the
yes. Yeah. We get into that a lot too, and there's some other connections that didn't make it in.
I have no elephant connections anywhere other than the South, close to Florida, close to the tip, So outside of the tip, I don't think I know of any elephant connection other than maybe Mastodon way up north, but that's a completely different ballgame. So yeah, I'm with it.
Right. Well, you are connected to elephants, believe it or not, because you're a Cancer, and elephants have a special connection with Cancer. That's what we're going to see here.
Really?
Yes. And some of that didn't make it. Some of those extra details, extra tidbits of information didn't make it into the video. So we're going to tie up those loose ends too.
There's some elephants up the road I might need to go visit then that I can go hang out with for like $70 for an hour.
Right. Yeah, there's a couple enclosures near you.
Yeah.
Is that what you call them these days? Couple of elephants up the road, Spence. They're cheap.
Dude, they used to have them at the Osceola Tavern too.
Oh. Yeah, just getting business development. Well, no, it really is the elephant in the room. I think when you look at why the circus, what was that all about? Because it's not an easy thing to wrangle, train. I mean, we've all seen the Elephant Man. They can trample on a pregnant woman and she can birth a beast. So whether in Florida they just put every elephant that was wild or domesticated or just all over the place, they just threw them in the circus. It would be a wise move to sort of remove a species like that.
I also think that climate plays the huge role. So, I mean, I don't know of any in California hardly, but someone may not be digging as hard as Longo. But climate-wise, pretty large beast and expensive beast to be just like, oh, I'm going to bring it up north and keep it in a cage, and you're going to have to heat it, right?
That's one of the points that are brought up in this documentary. Actually, is that they would be hard to have as a wild animal again for how much they consume.
Right.
I forget what the amount of food was they consumed per day, but
shitloads.
I know it gets touched on in this documentary.
Yeah, I think that plays. I mean, with the endless amounts of food in Florida and the perfect climate, like it's there.
Wow.
Toads.
Guys. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Remember that Brett, my caveman buddy that came on, his guys, his people are the ones that unearthed the entire mastodon in Silver Springs, right?
Oh, wow.
An entire mastodon. That's like road for me. So I mean, he said they would go. He said they find the mastodons in the springs. He said they would go there when they were about to die or when they were sick. And so, I forget how he told me he knew that, but they could tell that it was like almost like they were drawn to it, like a magnet. They would go there to heal or die, and then they would kind of just fall in.
Whoa!
Wow, that's interesting.
If nobody took care of the elephants, they'd probably be the numbers would be pretty huge today. Like there'd be just wild packs of elephants in Florida because they would flourish. It's
what
like
we need.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like with bison. They've released bison back into Ohio, but in controlled quantities in certain areas only. So they dumped everything. But you can also be optimistic and say that it's likely that the people if there is a group of people controlling the world, they didn't come to power that long ago because they would have made more animals extinct than what they actually did.
Right.
Like the elephant, for example, we're lucky that the elephant still even survives because we all know what would happen if the elephant if they hunted it to extinction. They'd say it was 1 million years ago or 12,000 years ago was the last time it was around, and all of the historians who write detailed descriptions of it, they were just exaggerating. It wasn't real. So we're lucky to even have some of these animals left with us.
Yep.
True.
All right. Well, here I think we've got another testament to their recency with this next little clip here.
And I win the
so we just watched then the first portion of the part 1 of the documentary video is about how the search for Atlantis, you need elephants, because Plato's description of Atlantis, you need elephants. So all these commonly suggested candidates for where Atlantis was, you got to have elephants. Show me the elephants. And Florida has plenty. So the first portion just addresses a lot of different popular Atlantis candidates and explains that most of them don't have elephants. So we've got to look somewhere else. That's part 1 of the video. Yeah.
I was going to say in the mainstream history, the Carthaginians were famous for their use of elephants in like wars with Romans and stuff like that. They were very effective, and that's North Africa. That's Moorish, right? So
yes, Phoenician.
Were they Carthaginians in descendants of in Florida?
Totally. That's what my first elephant video was about. Was focusing on transatlantic side. It was less about the prehistoric ones, more about the Moors potentially bringing them over. Phoenicians, Moors.
Right.
Yes,
where does your thoughts on the Ice Age come in? You've traditionally said at the time of an Ice Age, the Gulf would be the first to warm back up, if you will, and Florida would be the first to thrive, being like the naval, or I'm not sure how you worded it, but say if that's what happened, wouldn't that be a location where if there were survivors of mastodons, etc., that's where they would be, right? Maybe.
Yep. 100%.
Ice Age type, critter located here because that's what came back first.
Do you know where the most amount of camels are in the whole world, country-wise?
Camels.
Australia.
Yeah, because they like it. Apparently they were brought by the Arabs, and it's just
I don't know.
Right?
Shout out to Tartarian Truthers. They have a video. There's a couple videos where there's some good maps. There's some old, like ancient maps, like 500-year-old maps, allegedly, that show camels in
Antarctica,
in Australia. So there might be a conspiracy on that. Watch that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Every story of Australian history is very thin. It's like, those people brought them, and then it's all very like not thought out answers.
You're like a crown spec.
Yeah.
You're like
the narrative's hilarious.
Crowned.
Yeah, it's just like they were thinking of it really quick. Arabs brought them and then just took off.
Everything's
but there's so many. Yeah.
Spence, I think you got to turn your mic up a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little. Oh, yeah, that's wide open, dog.
They're the most durable post-apocalyptic warlord potential animal on the planet.
Hey, this guy in the screen, he was lying when he first started talking, I could tell. I mean, I don't know if you guys can tell either, but he sounds like he's full of shit right in the beginning.
What?
He's on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Of course.
He's being paid to lie like a dipshit.
He's got elephantitis, so don't be too mean. He's suffering from an elephant's face.
Is this the part where did you say something about talking about
we cook off every year?
So stupid.
Mammoth.
Yeah.
So stupid. I just want to smack
And
him.
I win the chili cook off every year. You throw a little mammoth meat in that chili.
Have you ever eaten mammoth meat?
Oh yeah.
What?
Yep.
You ate it?
Yeah.
What? How old was it?
You didn't carbon date it, but it's got to be at least 12,000 years old.
So you found physical tissue, like muscle and tissue, and you cooked it?
I have a friend up there that found a full woolly mammoth. No. You asked if I ate woolly mammoth before. Had a little bit of a barbecue.
Jesus.
A lot of Jack Daniels and shit like that went down.
Now explain what condition the meat was in. Was it frozen solid?
No, not by the time we ate it.
Right, but when he found it, it was frozen solid.
Yes, sir.
And so he just thaws it out, and
once it's out of the permafrost, it starts melting.
And then what was it like?
Like
a steak?
Oh fuck no, like a shoe leather.
Well, of course they're very thick.
You got to saute. You got to put them in some kind of. You got to let them soak into some kind of marinade.
Did you have any apprehension about eating a 20,000-year-old mammoth?
Not after the first few drinks.
Oh. How much of it did you guys cook?
It wasn't very much.
Are we calling cap
cap
on this or what?
Got close to $500,000 for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Got close to $500,000.
What a fuck.
Would the official would the Smithsonian be barbecuing? Like, I mean, would the official channels of archaeological research allow this fat thing to come in and munch a 12,000-year-old artifact of a mammoth?
To be fair, there are other sources that talk about mammoth meat being available in Alaska and other places. I don't know if that's what he's talking about, but his demeanor and the way he's talking makes it seem like he's bullshitting a bit because of his responses. But he maybe he's just weird. But
exactly.
You remember that book called it's called like either The History or The Story of Adam and Eve. It was by Chan Thomas. It was banned. It was like a banned book in the 60s or something.
The Story of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, it's called it's either called The Story or The History of Adam and Eve, something like that. But it was a banned book in the 60s or 70s.
Got it.
But anyways, randomly in that book, just out of nowhere, it does talk about there being mammoth meat that people are eating as steaks.
Ooh.
Your mom tell you about that one?
He's like
mammoth meat. So I'm sorry, bro. Here.
There's some. If you want to share my screen, share my screen real quick, I can give another example of potentially mammoths still existing recently.
Jimmy, I got. He's talking about saved PDF straight up. I know what he's talking about. Wow.
So this is from Marco Polo, which is the 13th century, and he mentions elephants multiple times and describes this also ties in with the elephants and other things being in America as a result of maybe the Yuan dynasty or the Mongols coming over to America. But what I'm showing here is just talking about the island of Java. It says there are wild elephants in the country and numerous unicorns, which are very nearly as big. They have hair like that of a buffalo, feet like those of an elephant, and a horn in the middle of their forehead, which is black and very thick. They do no mischief, however, with the horn, but with the tongue alone. For this covered with all, blah blah blah.
Wow.
Did you go
like a rhino?
Yeah, unicorn was a rhinoceros. You guys ever established that or no?
Wow.
I mean, and they'll just say that he's exaggerating, but
It
they'll use him as a parameter for other things as well. So, but there's also he was working with Kublai Khan when he was there. Basically, he went out as like a emissary to take notes of stuff. So, what's interesting about that is on the Library of Congress, you also have this map called the Map of the Far East and the Adjacent Pacific. It's allegedly from Marco Polo. So it shows the Aleutian Islands, the Kuril Islands, and what looks like Alaska and the west coast of the United States. So this is dated from Marco Polo, 13th century. It even shows one of these ships here. And then we have this book here called The Historical Researches of the Conquest of Peru. It basically talks about the Mongols coming over, like a prince of the Mongols, and founding the Incan Empire. And it says they brought elephants with them.
Ooh.
Wow.
So,
of course.
So basically, it's just mentioning that, and then let me see here.
What
Show
movie?
where it says.
I was in a movie.
Because the Mongols covered more ground. I mean, empire-wise, without ships, without a navy, than any other.
Says here, the opinion of the writer is that Mongo Kapak, the first Inca of Peru, was a son of the Grand Khan Kublai, and that his ancestor was a Mongol, which I find really interesting. And
wow,
where's the picture of the book? I want to show you. I just show the ship real quick that were around back then, because there are descriptions of. Let me read one of these descriptions of the ships that they had while I find the ship, or while I find the picture of the ship. But they were talking about like 20 to 40 cabins, I think it was, on some of these massive ships. Let me show an image of it real quick. Sorry, but here. Okay, so here's an image of one of the galleys used during the time of Marco Polo, allegedly from the Mongols, the Yuan dynasty of China. Notice that this script is kind of weird. You also have like this sun flag here, which is seen on some of the early maps of the United States for some reason. And then let's see here. So this is talking about, I'm going to read this passage real quick. It's talking about the size of the ships. So it says, these ships, you must know, fir timber, they have but one deck, though each of them contains some 50 or 60 cabins, wherein merchants abide gently at their ease, every man having one to himself. So you have 50 to 60 different cabins on these ships. And another part in Marco Polo's book, he talks about actually having ships with elephants on them. So it's very possible that they're bringing over these elephants to America on ships, if anything.
Jeez. And the size of the ships.
It's honestly the more logical conclusion if you're going down like some Ringling conspiracy theory. We don't see like mammoths at the circus. Although there was one, man, that's a whole nother rabbit hole I didn't really get into in this video, but all the Ringling elephants mostly are Asian.
Yes.
Some African, but it would make sense that they could be brought over on it. But if we're talking American elephant, who knows what that would look like today?
What about airship?
Cruise ship?
Airship.
Airship. I don't know, man. Elephant. Well, you're talking about elephants and elephants, like elevating, which is another thing.
elevation.
Yo, you guys are fucking pussies.
Yo, bring
You
up
guys
the
never-
image. Bring
What
up the
is
image.
that?
Bring up the image of the ship real quick, Longo.
Is that an onion?
Yes, it's an onion.
What are you
People,
doing?
people can't believe you can eat an onion like an apple. I just want to all these carny
Whoa.
losers out there. Okay, you want to show? Let's see. Let's do a little parasite test here.
Get the fuck out.
Parasite test.
Never.
Whoa.
If you can't take a bite out of an onion,
Bro.
and handle it like a man, it's because you are riddled with parasites.
Right.
Let's do a little vampire story here.
I'm on a 28-hour fast.
Vampires are, their bane is onions and garlic.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
onions and garlic.
BBL Drizzy, I know you can do it. Bring it up.
You can only. Is Brandon eating one?
Garlic crosses the blood-brain barrier.
Oh.
No, I'm saying bring up the picture of the ship so we can see how big it was.
Yeah.
So
it goes into the brain.
If onion.
Yep.
If you're bothered by onion so much that you can't take a bite from one, that's because you're riddled with parasites.
Right,
so I am unashamedly flexing on all of you parasite-ridden, adrenochrome-addicted, pedivore, carny clowns. Go take a bite out of an onion. Let's see who a real man is.
I'm gonna put some.
And all these carnies who are obsessed with my looks and jealous for some reason, that's your own guilty conscience you got to deal with. Okay, we just keep everyone to the same standard here, and if you don't meet the bar, that's not my problem. Okay, sorry. Jesus still loves you. You still got that going for you. But let's man up. And yes, this is a real onion.
Yeah,
this will keep you healthy.
I knew the Grinch was a good guy all along. The Grinch is the protagonist. He's the goodie. And he was right about everyone.
He's on the board.
There we go, Spence, munching in. Holy moly!
Yeah, I know Spence is.
Onions are delicious.
Dewormer.
I don't know why it's so crazy. Onions are
gotta
delicious.
try it.
I just broke a 28-hour fast for this because it was so exciting looking. I've never done that.
Perfect thing to break the fast with.
How about a little Celtic salt?
Longo, can you do me a huge favor?
Yeah.
Woo.
Will you please bring up the picture of the ship real quick?
Oh yeah, he said that like 5 minutes ago.
I gotta see Shem's ship.
So this is the type of galleys that were going on during the Yuan dynasty of China in the 13th century.
Wow.
Based on the book, they're even bigger than this, but this is still huge.
The people are tiny.
You got some weird flags over here. This is a flag that, if you look at some early maps of the United States, you'll actually see this flag with the sun on it in North America. And one last thing I want to show is chapter 19 of this book, real quick. All right, let me make sure it's chapter 19. Yeah, chapter 19, it talks about the ships carrying elephants, because for some reason the mainstream historians say that the ships could not carry elephants and that they're just making it up. But once again, they'll use him as a primary source for other things that line up with the narrative. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier with the elephants still being around and how we can prove that they exist just because they're here. Okay, so let's see here.
Oh my God, I'm tearing up already, boys.
Basically says that the merchants have ships with elephants on it, so I guess maybe I won't be able to find it. Sorry about that. I thought it was in chapter 19. I guess it's not.
I've been pounding this onion all day, and I finished a whole one yesterday. No tears. Dry eyes.
Here it is. Actually, sorry. Merchants thither from India with ships loaded with spice-free, precious stones, pearls, cloth, of silk and gold, elephants' teeth, and many other wares. So I guess it just says elephants' teeth. So I'm an idiot. I remembered it wrong.
So let's onward with the video. Here, let's hear this guy capping.
And so how does one even transport? Do you have to refreeze it? Like, what do you do?
I think the buyer just wanted the bones. He wanted the skeleton.
Oh.
Because the skeleton of a woolly mammoth is very expensive. You know, you're talking about tusks.
But wouldn't that tissue be very valuable?
I'm not the only guy around that's eating mammoth up there.
What?
You know,
Is that a small club of you guys?
I don't know if it's a small club. We don't recognize it in each other, but it's you got no choice. You find a woolly mammoth with meat on it, you're going to have to eat some of it. You just have to.
Why?
What's the point if you don't?
Eckhart Kalhofer, in a forthcoming book, advocates a northwest European location for Atlantis and suggests that where Plato referred to.
So what's the verdict? No, it's not. I wish. If it was mine, it would have to be Skyrim. I sold my Xbox when I started my YouTube channel, like right around the same time. So,
Is that going to be?
Sorry.
Just imagining like an interview 30 years from now, and that's like the origin story. I sold my Xbox so I could start my YouTube channel.
Yeah,
that was the day.
No, it wasn't a direct correlation, but I'm moving into a place in the next month here, and I'm gonna get an Xbox. I'm gonna be playing Xbox. I'm probably gonna do like a live stream Xbox.
Get on Twitch.
On Twitch, yeah. Quan is doing that.
You gotta do that.
Shout out, Quan. Yeah, I'm an Xbox guy. None of that PS3.
PSBS.
Queef box. Queef station. Gay station 5.
You funny.
PlayStation's dope.
Funny Longo.
Oh my gosh, Shem is such a PS. PlayStation dork. Thank you.
Yeah, the guy was like, you gotta eat it. You gotta eat the mammoth. It was a very like forceful agenda with him.
I'll be honest, I know that was kind of like, of course, if you go on Joe Rogan, you're gonna come up with some fucking story like that.
Mm-hmm.
But to be honest, like the look in that guy's eyes, like made me feel like he had eaten the mammoth meat. Like he had that extra dose of like adrenochrome, ancient adrenochrome, aged flesh and blood. It's just he had that depravity in his eyes.
I reckon they just got him wasted and gave him a big wild boar and said it was a furry mammoth. They had a genetically modified huge boar that was furry and diseased.
I guess the reasoning behind why they can eat it, even though it's been allegedly so long, is that it was flash frozen, so it somehow the moisture was like, I don't know how it works, but there was a bunch of studies into it, I guess.
The grass still in their mouth that they were chewing.
You know, when they find me dead, I'm gonna have that motherfucking grass still in my mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like DJ Khaled up in that.
There's another Pompeii.
When they find me dead, they're gonna think they found Wiz Khalifa, yo.
Yeah. We've all,
for white people.
We would all have our Pompeii outline.
We're gonna be like, this is a based vegan Florida Chad, year 2000. He died mid bong rip.
Yeah.
Grass is still stuck in his mouth. He still has onion bits stuck in his
taint.
He still has onion bits and the pubes of all his annoying Carney fans' moms still stuck in his teeth.
Caught in the act.
So, all right, guys. Elephant video is going good. Then they go into elk and how elk, apparently in Greek, let me know if this is correct. Elephos is deer, or like elk, right? And then elephos is elephant. So very, very close there. You can kind of see why. And And yeah, just more Atlantis stuff, going through the popular Atlantis locations, addressing whether they have elephants or not. And then the next section, there's this older documentary about what they find in Florida. For those unaware, and if you haven't seen the video, just stop what you're doing, log off of the, click out of this browser, go unsubscribe from Tartarian Truth, and then go watch the real video, Elephants of Atlantis. Subscribe to Archaics, subscribe to John Levi. No, just kidding. And whatever. So if you didn't know, Florida is like the mecca of mammoth, mastodon, bone hunting. So
My buddy Elkman, he also has like a map of a ton of mammoth bones found in Canada as well.
Well,
Pretty fascinating.
we have we have mammoth, mastodon, and ancient elephant. And some of them have 4 tusks.
4?
Yeah.
Like rows? Like tusks under tusks?
Yeah, like 2 sets of tusks. Like top and bottom.
Top ones. Jeez.
Kind of like a boar.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, so maybe we'll skip through this part a little bit.
Like actually those Lord of the Rings things. Those huge war mammoths.
Yeah.
We're probably just roaming around.
This
I have
Jimmy,
the mammoth
this
leg bone, which
we
is
got
a massive bone right there.
Oh my God! Can you bring that towards the camera?
Watch.
Give me a second. It's rather heavy.
Oh jeez. Come on.
This gives me total
See.
Ron DeSantis vibes when he jumps on
Classic.
when he jumps on the deer tractor and starts grabbing the guy's gear shifter.
Pence,
He's like, you want me to run that for you, buddy?
Start her up.
And he's like, you need to get going, or you got time for a ride. It's like the most homoerotic encounter ever. This reminds me of that.
Looks like his turtle's hungry in the background. Turtle's begging for food.
Oh, like Rocky Balboa.
Oh wow.
What was Sly's turtles' names?
Yeah, it's very coded language. This Smiley, what is he? A newsboy or is he a university boy? But he's a lot of tongue in cheek.
When Shotty, hang on.
Oh yeah, when Shotty want to see that bone.
When Shotty finally opened those 15 Snapchats that I be blowing her up with, what that shit be looking like, fam?
I mean, I gotta admit that thing looks fake as hell.
Damn.
Chicken bones?
It looks like a cast. I'm sorry. I mean, it looks like they polished it like it's like a bronze thing. They would just oh god, I don't like it.
Painting it with lead.
The way he's holding it, this little prick, just the body language and the whole the feeling of it, oh god. I now I'm just not even. I don't even like it anymore.
Is this Fort Lauderdale University? Of Miami.
Involving these research labs, make a bunch of shit to get more free money. So they're all money laundering schemes for crazy bio weapon research purposes. So let's find mammoth shit and then fake it.
Yeah.
And so we can get it. Sorry.
No, I agree with you. I think a lot of it does come down to money laundering. There's a couple clips in this documentary that it's like the interviewing of.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Always undermining my achievements. Here we go.
This has I'm
just kidding.
They're has nothing to do with you. No, like I'm talking about
random news clips. I don't care.
I'm talking about the actual content of what the people are saying. So they'll interview an expert about the find of these mammoth bones, but instead of talking about find of the bones and what they mean or anything about the subject of the bones, they're like, oh, I'm so happy I get the chance to do this. I worked so hard. Me. I did this. I did that. It's like,
ew.
It's like the quality of an education has gone down so much to where it's more about presenting this dream of, you can do this. And it's just I don't even know how to describe it. It just,
there are super
very marketing.
claim.
They're
They
super.
can make over that shit.
They're spending way too much time talking about like the exclusivity and it's like all the superlatives. Like this is the oldest. This is the find of a lifetime. Yeah.
Yeah, and like it's like they were like, there's a couple of them where it's like, oh, I'm the first woman to do this. It's like, okay, cool. Tell us about the actual discovery and what it means. It's like they're it's like people are like going to college just they're getting sold a fake dream.
Yeah.
And now they're like compensating by saying like, oh, I'm so happy to be here. But instead of like,
dude, that's
for
you're
funding.
getting paid. When you do that, when you make a claim like that and you're the first of something or you create something off of this funding, you can literally use that money funneling and make something and claim it and then get paid for it the rest of your life. So that sounds like a paid claim.
So Shem, I must not have caught that part because literally anytime a woman starts talking, my brain just shuts off.
I had no choice. I was at work. I was listening to it, but I was like, dude, this is unbearable because it was both the women that are in this documentary. That's all they talk about. Even the chick with the elephant, where she was like making it seem like she had this relationship with the elephant, and then she's like, oh, I visited it 5 times before it died. It's like, you're fucking a terrible person. Like that elephant missed you dearly, and you only took 5 times out of its entire life to go visit it, and then you're gonna sit there and pretend like you're like you have this bond and you're gonna use it for publicity and like
the one who grew up with the elephant you're talking about.
She's like oh, I only visited it 5 times. It's like okay then.
Well, I think she's also one of the tribe, if you know what I mean. You keep her last name. Green.
I forget what. Oh, yeah.
Her last name was Green, so she either married into the tribe or
the Greens are like the most annoying parts of the tribe. The Greens, like the John Green or whatever the author guy, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, hang on. The connection between Judaism and the circus is like extreme.
Is like what?
It's extreme.
Wow.
Freak show.
They run the circus like animal abusers numero uno.
Judaism.
Wow.
Judaism.
No.
More like atheism.
Yeah, whatever.
I circumnavigated the globe in a plane. I'm a female.
Yeah, it's like we're gonna go down and talk about the most important archaeological discovery in the last 500 years. When I was 5 years old, this was my dream. Me. I went to school. Yeah. I'm the first female on the. It's like, okay.
And where are you gonna go next?
Still pause for funding.
So what is it? It's the humerus bone of a massive Colombian mammoth. He's from the Ice Age.
Humerus bone, guys.
Would be right here.
Nothing funny about that.
Joke. The La Brea Tar Pits Museum in Los Angeles. Henry Sadler is a middle school science teacher. He found the fossil while diving in the Peace River,
dude.
Florida.
Middle school science teacher.
Hey, dude, can you get that gay fucking look off your face when we're trying to take the headline picture?
In this size.
How wide he can open his mouth.
From a saber-toothed tiger.
He teaches at a middle school. He wants to go upgrade to a university or something. So he's
the part where they say, I forget which part it was, but he's like, if the museum allows me to keep it or whatever, like that adds a whole other layer to it.
Yeah, petrified wood. It looks just like that shit all the time.
Yo, I find petrified wood every time I wake up in the morning.
Good. No fat, dog. Stay there. Stay where you're at. I like where you're headed. Le Cristos. The oil.
This guy is from LA. He's.
Oh, you hear this guy talking? Is that what you're referring to, Jimmy?
It's just like he's an actor. He's just like.
It's like, I found a band. Okay. Yeah. I found a band.
Yeah, that shit was cracking me up earlier.
I'm gonna listen to that later.
Well-known mammoth, but this was
turn it up a little bit.
Box for Christmas lights, and it lives next to my dad.
It lives next to my bed.
The amateur fossil hunter was.
Wow.
He's got a little NASA shirt on. You little prick.
How is that a real? Oh, see, that's middle school teachers for you.
I hate liars that get paid for these stupid interviews. These little actor knots.
It's
like he's automatically acting.
This is my partner, Brad.
What if I
And
found
not
a
far
bone
away,
like this?
two tusks. They just made him wear the NASA shirt, or maybe I don't know.
Museum would keep it if
course.
you found it.
Maybe.
That's crazy. That's not a real voice.
Dude,
It's like
who films
front
the
TV.
bottom? Who films the bottom?
There's
Not
Kodak Black.
where they find.
Oh, you didn't catch that the first time around?
I was just listening. I didn't get to see the images because I was at work.
Mammoth made by some Ice Age artist. Now the amateur fossil
This is the
hunter aims to
craziest
cash
find.
in on his spectacular find, even though some critics say he should give it away for free.
James Kennedy has been digging for fossils in Vero Beach since he was 16.
This big guy here, that's a piece of mammoth bone.
It's more than a hobby for Kennedy. He suffers from epilepsy and can't work to support his family, so fossils are a welcome diversion.
It captivates me. There, that's one way.
Now, though, Kennedy has discovered a fossil so
Get too
astounding
excited.
that some experts are saying it will change history.
One of, if not the most important archaeological find in the Western Hemisphere.
Kennedy found this shard of mammoth bone. What's so incredible is there is a faint carving of a mammoth on the bone, close up and in detail. The scientists say for the first time proves Ice Age man coexisted with the prehistoric animals.
They said this is the most rarest and most important artwork in the Americas.
The carving is hard to see. Here's some tracings Kennedy made that show it in remarkable, sophisticated detail. Kennedy found the shard a few years ago and tossed it under the sink. It was only when he was washing his bones last year to sell at a flea market that he saw the carving, called scientists at the University of Florida, and after extensive testing was told by those scientists what he had.
After doing everything they could to discredit it, that they determined it's got to be real.
Now the fossil is at Ron Rennick's auction house, and the
Is
pair
it a
plans to
patina
auction it
thing? Like,
off
how
in
do
the
you
coming
prove he
months.
didn't just
But
copy?
the idea that something so significant could disappear into a private collection has some saying Kennedy should donate it to a museum. Kennedy says he's already let the experts see the piece, write about it, and even show it.
But truly what it boils down to is I found something worth millions of dollars in the dirt, and by no means am I going to get, I'm not giving it to anyone. No, no way.
Based.
Kennedy says he's in talks with the Smithsonian to
Well, then
show the
take it.
fossil either before or after the auction. They do plan an absolute auction, which means highest bid takes it, and they're not planning on a minimum. They expect to get bids from around the world. No date is yet set. Terry Parker, WPBF 20.
So he is selling? Oh. Oh no.
Wow. You got folded.
Quiet cometh before the fall. Second.
Part 3. American Cryptozoology.
Abraham Lincoln.
Venturing down this rabbit hole even further, there is great evidence to show that man lived alongside the American proboscideans far longer than previously supposed, lining up perfectly with timelines given for Atlantis and the construction of Noah's Ark. There was also
Sorry, I was muted. My first elephant video that I made over a year ago is focusing on the Ringling circus, the Moors, and when I did that video about a year ago, you could find 100 videos about this guy. It was all over YouTube.
So
he's scrubbed from YouTube. This guy is scrubbed from YouTube. His name is James Kennedy, something Kennedy. His name is. Last name's Kennedy.
Yeah.
He found this thing. It was huge news. Like, this changed American archaeology. And when I made the first video, it was like, oh, I could choose from any clip I wanted. This was the only clip on the entire internet. And I'm good at looking, guys. I'm pretty damn good at looking now. That was the only video I could find on the internet of him talking about this. There's videos about it where it's like a text to speech app, like other people have made videos. If you can find a video of an interview with him, please send it to me. And also, when I made the first video about elephants like over a year ago, I included this, and I think another video about him. But I can't find any information about the second thing that he did. Can't find anything about the second bone that he claims to have. And then also, when I searched
big Florida bones,
when I was looking for this stuff over a year ago, you could see how much money he paid for it, or how much money he got paid for it. It was in various websites. Now I can't find how much money he got paid for it at all. That was all available information over a year ago when I made it. The same thing happened with John Saxer. In between the time that I made my first Saxer saga video, then made the Saxer Stones video, between that first date and the second date, a lot. I don't know if it was dozens. I think I've said dozens before, but I never checked how many there were in total. But there was a ton of John Saxer articles, and there still are on newspaper.com, just some old ones. But news channels were doing stories about it. All of it's gone. So I don't know who's got the Control-Alt-Delete button over there at Illuminati headquarters, Jerusalem, Inc. But
it's more like they create laws to restrict the uncensored search engines, and then it seems like they're using AI now to kind of weed out anything that goes against the narrative in the mainstream search engines, because like DuckDuckGo or other websites similar to that used to be able to get uncensored search results. It's next to, or Yandex was amazing like last year.
Yeah,
maybe the year before, and now it's the same. In order, like they passed laws to where in order for us in America to be able to have access to these websites, they have to have a certain level of censorship because it's keeping us safe.
Well, yeah, dude, I wish y'all were y'all present for Topher's Mandela effect in the Bible. Oh, it was a banger.
Can people in America get onto like Chinese internet with a VPN? I don't know too much about it, but can people like just jump on the Chinese net?
The VPN I have is awful, so I don't know. I've tried a couple of things with the one I have, but it doesn't really work anymore. I remember 5 years ago the VPN was amazing.
Oh wow! So they're even affecting that.
So once again, in order to be on like the App Store for Apple or something like that, you have to basically follow these rules, and these rules are censorship.
Yeah, there's no getting around it,
dude.
But I mean, I just asked because China's got their own internet, right? It's a separate entity.
Yeah. The North Korean one's interesting too. Some dude did a video of like installing the North Korean operating system on his computer. It's pretty fascinating.
Whoa. Where is that? On YouTube?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Oh,
I can send it to you on Instagram.
Yeah, thanks.
In like 2016, I posted about the Windover bogs on Facebook, and I had this beautiful article, and it literally said red hair in it. And I remember because like I presented it at my Sunday family dinner, and then it probably wasn't 2 years later, red hair never came back.
Right.
All of a sudden they were just native.
Yep.
What happened to the red hair version?
Yep, I remember that. I remember that too.
I had something. Well, I wanted to talk about Kodak Black. I wanted to talk about this when we got to Abraham Lincoln, but it relates to this too. The name used in the 1800s among Jewish people when talking about America literally means land of the covenant or Israel. And like last week or the week before, I typed in the actual Hebrew letters on Google Translate, and it came up as translated as land of the covenant. And then 3 days later, I went back and did the same thing.
No.
And it changed it.
Damn it.
On Google Translate.
Damn
to
it.
like land of the agreement or something. I don't remember. It was just like but I have a screenshot of the original translation.
Maybe if I try it'll work.
Send it my way, please.
Somebody film that shit in the chat. Do that.
I'll bring it up real quick if you want. Sure. Why not?
You've got to, I mean, how, like, you'd have to know it yourself or find some old rabbi to perfectly translated in that case.
Swamp
What do you-
scrub. Yeah, Tanner.
what the word is?
Yeah.
I'll post it in chat real quick.
We can't trust the digital with translations anymore.
So do you
That's
want to bring up,
crazy.
if you bring up the screen real quick, I'm showing the screenshot I took. This is from either last week or the week before.
Wow. Yeah, it's old books. Old books is the only way.
I'm gonna post this into the private chat.
Here. Oh, we're seeing your screen.
Can you see the image? There we go. So this was the translation. I took a screenshot of it when I did it. Land of the
Can you
Covenant.
zoom in?
Oh, you
No.
did.
That's unfortunately.
No
That's
zoom.
unfortunately no. That's as far as it goes on Instagram. For some reason, when you do the zoom in trick, it doesn't work. But let me show you what it comes up with now. Let's see if it. We'll do a live translation.
Dude, I'm so glad you remembered that.
Wow.
What's even more fascinating is that Abraham Lincoln was called Hanasi Habrit. A Nasi is the lead member of the Sanhedrin. If you look up what the Great Sanhedrin is and like look at an explanation of what it is, it's literally the parliamentary system that we have all around the world. There's the Nasi Habrit, which is the basically president, prime minister, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And there's the Dean, which is like a chief justice of the Supreme Court.
Well, there is a in Westminster a statue of Abe Lincoln.
What?
Yeah, right there.
Even the shape, the alliance.
So it's been changed since I took that.
Wow.
And you can see right here it says Eretz Habrit. So the Habrit is the covenant. That's Habarit is a covenant, so it should say covenant. That's what.
Yep.
That's why they called Abraham Lincoln Ha Nasi Habrit, because he was the president of the covenant or the land of Israel, the promised land. If you look up this word, exactly how it is.
Okay. Well, hang
I'll post
on.
in the chat.
Couldn't that just be like he was named Abraham? Abraham received a covenant from the Lord.
No, it could, but I think Abraham fits in. They have this concept in Kabbalah for some reason. They have like this 6 messiahs. There's 12 total, but there are 6 that serve a purpose of like leading back to the promised land, and 6 that do negative things only. I think that Abraham Lincoln might have been one of these people, because think about what he did. And we're talking. Let me read.
Okay, but use your eyes. They all look the same. He doesn't look like that. Case closed, dude. Quit fapping.
He was
the
black.
Wikipedia.
I'm not reading Wikipedia.
I didn't say you're reading it. I said you're fapping to it.
Oh, yeah.
You're just taking screenshots with your eyes and fucking.
No, I'm reading Jewish text letters among Jewish people from the 1800s, them talking to each other and what they're saying to each other.
Truth or integrity is an oxymoron. Dave Knight, that's a good one.
But yeah, I posted it. I'll post it on the YouTube chat real quick too.
Wow. This gets even weirder. I just did it and it says covenant for me.
Boom, I knew that was
nice. They scrambled Shem's servers.
They've just changed it for you after you first found that it says covenant. So I will see if it changes for me.
It's all those porn cookies that are messing with his browsing options.
Let me. Can I read this letter real quick? This is from Rabbi. This is to Rabbi Max Lilienthal from Jacob A. Cohen of New Orleans during the Civil War.
Oy vey.
This was your uncle to your.
Yeah, this is from my uncle to my. No, but just look that up actually, and it talks about America. They're talking about the Civil War because the North betrayed the South. Basically, from his eyes, he betrayed the land of Israel, because they used to have pictures of the Rabbi Lilienthal, who was based out of Cincinnati. All their houses, he was like a Rebbe or something to them. So, because the North betrayed the South, he writes a letter being like, "Hey, we're taking down the picture of you and your house. You betrayed Israel."
Whoa. Wow. Okay.
So, I don't know.
Well,
I mean, it's interesting stuff. I'm not saying it's true, but it's definitely interesting.
It's so tied to Florida though, with Miami and with the Jewish Holy Lands. That is what it seems like. Yeah, it may have been an entire like the entirety of the South. Huh.
Chill, yeah.
It was about economics, right? It was trade, it was numbers, it was money.
It's basically like instead of more places to choose from to be a slave, now we just have one. Is what my general
That's right. Yeah.
So
consolidation.
Just to catch you guys up, we're skipping a lot through the video. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're in, I think, part 2, which is like American cryptozoology. Maybe that's part 3, I forget. But this is like, hang on. Or maybe it's part 3. It's not just that there's ancient proboscidean, which means mammoth, mastodon, and elephant. Proboscidean. So let's all learn that word. I learned that word just for making this video. Proboscidean. And not only is there ancient proboscideans in Florida, not only was Atlantis described with elephants, but there's living examples, like living, breathing legends about living, breathing proboscideans in the Americas. The natives still have legends about them. So they couldn't have died too long ago. Or that game of telephone that the Indians are playing is pretty dang good. Pretty dang, perfect, because they still have legends about these and they're pretty accurate. What do you guys think about that? You ever heard about American elephant legends?
just the ones that you shared in this video.
Right. Thomas Jefferson was a huge believer. Abraham Lincoln seems like a big believer. Jefferson definitely was. Jefferson was rather obsessed with mammoths and mastodons. So, but this whole section talks about native legends, European accounts, colonial America and earlier, and then artifacts that they found. There's even an elephant mound in America. I think it's Wisconsin. Elephant mound. Maybe a mammoth mound. Who knows?
The part where they were describing the hunting methods of cutting the tree, so when the elephant leaned on it, that's found all over the world, that method. So I found that fascinating.
For elephants?
Yeah, like that's what I think in China, like India, all those places, that's how they would take care of them, and even maybe within
take care of them. Jesus, what are you, Hillary Clinton?
How about them skull shapes?
Neutralized. Yeah, I mean that's a good way to do it.
Tuck them into bed.
Delete.
Time for sleep.
They would
go lean on your tree.
Impaled, kebabbed.
I don't want to talk about them dying. The parts where they're beating the elephants in this video, that was
my God,
so hard to deal with. I hated it.
Yeah. Dumbo.
I finally this is the documentary that made me stop eating elephant meat.
Talking about eating it, it's just like that's their entire life. That's what they're experiencing. Just
they would in Africa. They would probably eat elephant meat.
Do their ears look like pig ears? They look like pigs and
boars.
Boars. God, they got that boar look to them.
Boar ears.
Boars and elephants.
Here, what do you guys think about this? Is this cap or what?
Claim it could be
and had a mixed diet. End quote.
There is some video that has gone viral on the internet. It claims to show an animal that went extinct 4,000 years ago, still alive and in the wild.
Yeah, some people say it's a hoax, but others claim it could be evidence that woolly mammoths are still alive. All right, check out the video. It was obtained by the Sun newspapers in England and was reportedly shot by a Russian government engineer in a desolate, relatively unexplored area of Siberia last year. Although critics say the quality of the video, and it only runs for 25 seconds, prove that it's faked. If true, though, it could provide proof that mammoths did not die 4,000 years ago, as previously thought, and experts are reviewing the video We'll let you know what the final verdict is, although we did just get word that a video expert in Hollywood is thinking that that video that you see there of the supposed mammoth is like a bear.
With a fish in his mouth,
Yeah.
which makes more sense.
It does, but anything's possible, right?
Well, apparently.
I saw Bigfoot there too, didn't you?
Part 4.
Keep the cute little remarks to yourself, punk ass bitch. Fucking loser news anchor.
Dude, these news anchors are looking more like the movie Idiocracy. Like, I forget this. I haven't watched it in so long. It creeps me out a little bit.
It's too real. That movie. It's too scary.
How did they go home
Fish in
and
his mouth.
appreciate themselves after that? It's like sad. Yeah,
So
I'm proud of
Here's where it starts heating up, guys.
Reasons
The
behind why
Republican Party. Why an elephant? I've never gotten a good answer on that. We're never given a good answer. It's just like, oh, this cartoonist thought it was funny. And then, boom, they just all adopted it. You know, lockstep, they were the elephants from then on. Like, I'm not buying that too much. Of course, we've got Ganesh on the screen there. I didn't get into that too much, but in the video.
Oh, that's in Michigan? Pulling up the elephant carving.
Yeah, bushwhacking history said it.
Lake Michigan. Yeah.
Here, hang on. Show it up again.
It's crazy.
Apparently, there's some sort of Stonehenge.
That's what I'm saying. There's a pyramid. There's pyramids down there. There's Stonehenge, and there's a carved elephant in Lake Michigan, and you can dive it.
He said it's if you pull up the covenant, it says it's recognized by the University of Michigan or something.
Sick.
No way.
And it's still in there, or I guess it's the rock, right?
So it's called Lake Michigan Stonehenge.
Yep. Okay.
Brandon, could you potentially get that browser up if you're listening? Lake Michigan, Stonehenge, Mammoth.
It's the first I've heard of it.
I've got it up.
Shem's the only identity that he's proud of is that of a dad. Fuck, of a dog dad.
Yeah, good one. Good one.
Dad of a dog. I've pulled up some result. Artnet.com. Oof. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's a pyramid with a Stonehenge around it. I'm sharing it. Check this out.
Baja Gold.
Lone Star. You can get on TikTok for.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, this is like a thermal image or something. Right, light up. When was it discovered? Probably the 90s or something. This is 2004. And I believe it's only 40 feet down, so you can dive it. People do dive it.
Can you dive that deep?
I've never dove, but I would like to. Get scuba, though. So it's covered.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Never heard about that. Surprised I didn't come across that.
Caught him sleeping.
Well, this is old world Michigan stuff.
What the hell is that? Is that painted on or is it carved on?
Yeah, I know. It looks
let's
like
see some other. Yeah, there we go. Is that like being highlighted by the?
I feel like
by the person who took the picture.
It could be one of those examples where they restore it, which they've done with a lot of stuff. So.
We just.
I don't know. I just heard about it, so I don't know.
I mean, there's so much underwater in North America that from lakes to dams, the cities, like remember our Hoover Dam special where we crushed it. There's just so much. The bottom of Niagara Falls, like the bodies there, just endless shit at the bottom of these massive reservoirs, especially reservoirs. Man-made, you can find some man shit.
So he says it's still underwater, and then according to this picture, it is as well. So maybe they just enhanced it on the digital image later.
Think so. Yeah.
I see it. Yeah, it looks like a carving.
Hey, Lake
You
Michigan
gotta see it.
times was called the Sea of Galilee. Who said that? Lake Michigan, Sea of Galilee. Oh, we got a bay up in the house.
It also looked like a
Another
very sad rock.
Ice Age is the last time the land would be dry. You also have to think about when New France came over, they hunted those beavers to extinction in that area, so they were no longer building those natural dams any longer.
Yo, when I pull up in the club, I hunt them beavers into extinction. You know what I'm saying?
We do not like any more beavers anymore. Thank you.
They call me the French trapper when they see me in the streets. They try and sell me. They try and buy Louisiana off me when I pull up in that club.
Fur trapper.
No purchase.
Beaver.
Shem, you don't know the first thing about trapping beavers.
Been there, done that.
Oh shit!
They got teeth. These
Now-
ones. You got to watch out.
Now I heard Jason of Archaics knows a couple thing or two about trapping beavers.
Young beaver.
Young beaver. Extra salt coat. on that one.
Is he in jail or not? Like, is there actually a warrant out, or has he like, is it in the trial? Like, is it a real? Is it like is a warrant, or you know what's
He's probably not gonna go to jail because it was some I don't know. It's just a situation where someone was just reporting him for something that probably isn't actually a crime at the end of the day, but they just arrested him in case it was a crime.
because he was driving the car or something? Yeah.
No, that's a real crime that took place. But I'm talking about his last time he got arrested.
What was the crime?
The original
that's
crime
real
or the new one? Or the new one?
I didn't look too into it. Right.
The-
So, but if there's a warrant out, that means what? Like they're going to get you.
He had a
Like,
he
I
had
don't
a,
know
he
how-
had a warrant out because he has to register every property that he stays at with the state of Texas because he had his sexual assault record. So he got a girlfriend and he had an extra studio at her house. So someone was getting evidence that he was going over to her house on a regular basis and told the FBI that he was living there and staying there, which isn't true. So likely he won't have any punishment because it's not true that he was staying there. He was just using it as a studio.
Right.
Oh.
So that was the most recent arrest, but the original arrest, yes, that was a real crime that he committed and someone was a victim.
Yeah, and if there's any doubt as to like, oh well, people change, or you know, he's just had a troubled life, or you know, this comment is true. His co-host is a confirmed PDF file. We'll say PDF file.
PDF file.
So his co-host, while working for him, got busted for CP. Or no, sorry, not CP. He was diddling like his like family member.
According to this is who knows if it's true, but according to the information that's available on official government websites, it's like his own daughter or something.
Yeah. So birds, thank you for that one. Birds of a feather flock together. And doesn't surprise me. Disgusting lizards. The only person that would work with him. So 2 peas in a pod. Well, all right. Let's keep it moving. Let's elevate. Let's get this a little more elevated.
That escalated quickly.
That animal was chosen. The Republican Party, as it is known today, was actually founded by Thomas Jefferson, who had a fascination with American proboscideans. Let us resume from the Encyclopedia
Show me
of
that proboscis
Cryptozoology.
girl.
Quote, the future American president, Thomas Jefferson, had an interest in a number of animals which would now be called cryptids, including the American lion, megalonyx, and mastodons. In his work, Notes on the State of Virginia, in 1785, Jefferson recorded an account of a now famous Indian legend of a big buffalo, previously recorded in 1748 by a French officer named Fabry, which he believed could refer to the mastodon. Quote, in ancient times, a herd of these tremendous
I'll be right back,
animals
guys.
came to the Big Bone Licks and began a universal destruction of the bear, deer, elks, buffaloes, and other animals, which had been created for the use of the Indians. The great man above, looking down and seeing this, was so in.
You guys want me to pause it so you can talk while I'm gone, or you want to just keep watching?
Does anyone have anything to say? I don't
You don't
know.
give a shit. You don't give a shit.
Either way.
You don't give a shit either way.
We want to talk.
All right.
We want to talk to the chat.
All right, yeah, you guys talk it out. Be right back.
It's a great man looking above, looking down, and seeing this, so enraged. Interesting. Yeah, so they're saying that elephants roamed with all of the other animals. Yeah.
Spencer, have you been to Blue Springs? Yeah, which one? Yep. My favorite's up by the Santa Fe. I hit them all. I dove them all. I outdove them many times. Don't know how I'm not alive, to be honest with you.
He's still playing it, but without audio.
That guy's Bling Hammer, the one in Blue Springs. Yeah, Blue Springs. Yeah, beautiful. Off the Santa Fe.
Yep. So what's the deal with the Jefferson Bible? Did he just take out Christ's words only, or just
thinks he can do that? Is my question.
Yeah, right. Like, what's the thing about the Jeffersonian Bible? It's just Christ stuff.
What gives you the authority?
Right. Well, yes.
I don't think he's necessarily like. I guess your question, what gives him the authority, is kind of just more along the lines of, I think he's just literally taking the sayings of Jesus from the Bible and like organizing that, not necessarily saying like that's the Bible, but kind of just literally doing it.
Yeah.
10-4.
But it's also hard to find a copy for me, at least. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I've tried to find it maybe like a month and a half ago or something, and I couldn't find it.
I got mine on Amazon. I mean,
I guess online because I'm a cheapskate.
Yeah.
Is it also
really cheap as well?
It all his interpretation, or is he just pulling out what he likes?
Yeah, it's just all Christ related parts, right? Which I get. You know, we should have a isolated, organized, compendium of all of that separately. But yeah, he seemed to know what was what.
Does Jackson have a Bible? That guy's a lot scarier, dude. Just look at the difference.
Yeah, he was busy with wars, right? With
Seminole
fighting natives.
Yeah.
Tennessee?
Taken prisoner. Tennessee.
Yeah. West of Missouri River.
Look at that spelling. I love that spelling. I've never seen it. Go back like tannin. Like the water becomes tannic in the swamps. Tennessee. Tannins.
Like tannins in wine.
Huh. Tennessee.
Right. So we got giants mentioned in his speeches, and
he was a black.
One interesting thing is that he was, for his nomination to the Republican Party, he was nominated in a building called the Wigwam in Chicago.
Yes.
The Wigwam, yeah.
Which is
was it an actual one or just called it?
That's where it becomes interesting, because the Wigwam is supposed to be a, like a small tent according to mainstream sources, but the Wigwam in this depiction is a giant stone building, and also there are some texts that talk about wigwams being giant buildings for meeting places for like important events, kind of like what, kind of like the election of Lincoln or the nomination.
Possible native temple.
But after this happened, later on, the term was adopted by a group called the Tamani, which were like a democratic version of this. and they would still meet in wigwams up until the early 1900s, until pretty much.
You're making me think they stole that word and plugged a different visual in my brain for it right now, 100%.
Well, what were they made of? Do we know?
Dude,
the ones that I know about were made of stone. Like they were really ornamental buildings, just kind of similar to what you would call Greco-Roman or.
Oh, right.
But
wow, so not
but
in native style tent.
But our Lewis and Clark.
Native American back then meant people who were just born in America after they'd either come here. Like that they would actually call them what we call Native Americans. They would call Indians, and they would call people born in America versus born in the old world. They would call them Native Americans.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Wow.
Spencer, to your point about it being hijacked, I think the hijack of the word literally occurred within the last few years. But what more along the lines of what happened with this is it seems like the Native Americans they had special privileges up until at least the early 1900s that were taken away from them. I think it's more of like I think this narrative and creative is to try to cover up kind of the original meaning of what America was to these people.
Like bricklaying.
Didn't they first term the term racist in speaking with Indians that didn't want to like live on a reservation with other people or to blend in with society? It was like the government, the North or something, accusing people like Native American Indians of being racist if they didn't like move to the city or something. Has anyone heard that?
I haven't heard that before, but it does make sense because they were given the option to either integrate or
Yes.
go off reservation. So
And they said, oh, if you don't, it's like literally the same thing that that was how it started. They were like, if you don't integrate, you're racist. And so they did, I guess.
Well, black and white also used to mean something completely different as well. Like if you look up the original founder of Chicago, he was a black guy who's considered to be the first white citizen of the Chicago area, but he's black.
Dude.
Oh, wow.
That just came out on TikTok. I saw that this past week.
Moorish?
Yeah, I mean, you could say he was Moorish, but black basically just meant like not integrated into society, like the common society at the time.
I see.
Black was more along the lines of like
barbarian,
living freely, like the same word as Tartar or barbarian.
Yeah,
but it had nothing to do with skin color.
Oh, okay, I see.
Tar.
Wow.
Tar is black. Tar is dark in color.
Those that didn't want to go along with the reset of the day or whatever.
I guess I can't bring up my screen. So his name is John Baptiste Point du Sable. But yeah, he's
French kind of name. New France.
Well, he came from the South, but
right.
Joseph, and I sound silly, you fuck.
The first founder of Chicago. Wow, yeah, born in Haiti and traveled and settled on the shores of Lake Michigan from Haiti. What?
So yeah, at the time period, they called him the first white settler of the area.
Oh,
but he's black.
He was cultured, but he was born in Haiti. That's crazy. How do people not know that? I just did one simple Google and that came right up. I thought I'd have to like dig a bit, but how is that just out there? That's
David M says, I thought Abraham Lincoln was swarthy. His story is interesting because we were talking about Andrew Jackson earlier and the Indian Expulsion Act and stuff like that. His family was actually in the area where that took place, and they were seemingly forced to move towards the west as a result of some of those laws.
Yeah. Listen, I love Curry Mayo. I love a lot of his videos. I've met him. He's a very nice guy. And he's, passionate about what he does. He's a hard worker. But I roll my eyes every time I see this person was black. This person was black. This person was black. He does kind of a good job of like not fully always saying it, but all his thumbnails are AI generated garbage showing black people, like commonly known white
Shakespeare.
people, as black people. Yes, like Shakespeare, Benjamin
Yeah.
Franklin, Abraham
Plato.
Lincoln. Like, listen, Abraham Lincoln definitely had like some non-white contribution to his DNA. I'm with you, 100%. He might have been part Melungeon, part Native. He, definitely had some Native or some Moorish, old, maybe even North African, Middle Eastern DNA, something like that. He just has a strange bone structure. Maybe he has some of that ancient American giant DNA in him. So Abraham Lincoln was not black. Definitely not black. It's ridiculous.
In the context of what I was saying, I wasn't saying that his skin color is black. I mentioned black meaning something different and what Native American meant.
Right.
So what I was saying was in the context of what I said about what the term black meant and what the term Native American meant at that time period, which has nothing to do with skin color.
It was
or what you.
Well, and swarthy means like yes, somewhat darker features, but it means like the coarseness of the hair. Like Scottish people are swarthy.
God.
Because they have like this density to the hair. This density, the hair is it's more wiry and dense, and don't know how to explain it. Yes, it's closer to a black person's hair.
Perfect for rain and just a lot of rain and harsh weather and wind.
People say
a thick thatch.
Like these people who were using words like swarthy and dark complexion, they were using that in a spectrum of like bleach blonde white dude with blue eyes to like brown hair, hazel eyes, white skin. Like when they're saying dark, it's the end of that spectrum. Like still a white person, just a dark white person. So
what Shem's talking about is something I just saw, I believe, on TikTok this week, and it's referring to a legal term of that time for black.
Everything's a legal term, especially nowadays.
Well, there have been legal terms going on back to the time frame we're talking about for show.
So here, I was away for a sec, but this quote by Abraham Lincoln, a lot of people think this is fake or that it's like conspiracy nonsense. This is a real quote. This is from Abraham Lincoln's own preserved papers. This is from 1848, so before he was even president, long before. And he was addressing, I think it's called the Niagara Address. Like he's talking about Niagara. I don't remember if it's private or if this is a speech, but he definitely wrote it. And another thing, there's so many people who debunk this quote and say, oh, well, he's only talking about the mammoths. He's only talking about the mastodons. Clearly, he's talking about a race of giant men whose eyes have gazed and pondered like a human, right? And that the fact that they're buried in the mounds, the bones that fill the mounds, dead giveaway. Obviously, mammoth bones are not found in mounds.
Dead giveaway.
And if they were, that would be monumental. Giants' bones are found in mounds. And he knew that. Abraham Lincoln was like 6'4". He was he might have been taller than that. He's a very, very tall guy. He had the strange, bony structure to his face. Yeah. But he was clearly talking about giants.
I love that. The giants in the mounds, baby. That's what we needed to see. That's what we need to hear. When you hear something like that, there's a certain resonance. I don't know. Sometimes things resonate and they feel right. Do you guys get feelings on shit that you just don't know?
You be catching feelings? I won't be caught.
Feel it like it's right. Like that's not.
It just makes sense. Those steps are big. Those doors. There's very big doors around.
Yeah, and the way it's written. So the way it's written to me doesn't seem as scripted as all the newer, the 1900 scripted shit. It just feels a lot. Feels right.
Yeah, it's like a natural speech. I see what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. God dang it.
Cap.
Somebody.
King of Siam with the Jewish hat here.
You guys ever heard of this? Abraham Lincoln turning down the war elephants?
Yeah.
From the King of Siam?
Yeah, I forgot. Oh my God, I haven't heard. Where did I hear that?
Jeez.
The war elephant.
Now, who knew that to see the elephant was a Civil War term? Meaning to like be fed up with the war, or it meant like your first taste of combat, like your disillusion to the glory of war, like just realizing war is shit. To see the elephant, to be ready, like I'm ready to pack it up, you know?
Yeah, like if you see it, it's over. If you see it, it'll kill you or something.
I thought it was more of like a rite of passage or something. That was the impression I got, but
like when you first see the elephant, you're really in the shit.
like you see now that you've seen the elephant, there's two options after that. Either you're like all in or you're scared to
Wow.
Right. It's a milestone. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Thing as fuck. That is so intimidating.
Big boys too. Jeez. Or maybe the Siamese are just very small. Small men.
I think that picture is CGI'd. Not CGI, just like Photoshop. Like
it does look quite Photoshop.
Plainly Photoshop. Because I think those
people.
are American.
Those
those are American Civil War soldiers.
Okay.
With African elephants. Yeah, not Asian.
Oh, right. I thought they were little Siamese people. Oh, right.
Those boys, that boy looks African.
They are really big boys.
So yeah, during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln turned down a shipment of war elephants from the King of Siam. Wow. He knew the war was going on, but actually, I think he sent them to the president before Lincoln, and Lincoln just came across his desk, and he had to reject. So now I will say, say it's a little strange that here he says, you know, the tusks that you sent us are proof that these animals could only have came from the Americas, when he just had a speech, or sorry, that when he got the tusk from the King of Siam, he says, this is proof that this, you know, thing could only have come from Siam. Like he's kind of, you know, kissing the guy's ass a little bit.
Like they're the biggest and best.
But he just already said that he's well aware of the Proboscidean fossils in the Americas. So he knows that there's ivory in the Americas. And who knows? Just something I noticed. A little shem.
What's even more interesting is just the amount of respect given to them before they basically destroy the entire culture and have like a genocide against the Siamese people and change the name. And basically when you look up Siam on Google right now, nothing will pop up. That's what I find interesting about that situation. Yeah. It's like why is the King of Siam writing to the president when shortly after this Siam no longer exists?
Thailand now, right?
Yeah.
We just have the same borders.
Not sure.
But it was very recent. Oh.
So here's where another trippy part where it heats up is all these astrological connections.
During midterm elections.
There's more to flesh out.
The mutual characteristics being alluded to are docility in times of peace, skittishness, emphasis on military might, overconsumption, and expansionism. The Republicans quickly embraced the elephant, making it their official symbol, and still use it today.
This song always kind of makes me think of
Then there is the potential esoteric reference to Plato's
The Little
Republic,
John
which is
Usher
written to be
song.
read as though that dialogue transpired the
It's
day
like the
before
same-
the
like the same
dialogues
scale.
pertaining to Atlantis in Plato's Critias and Timaeus, in which he specifically mentions the elephants of Atlantis. Astrotheologically speaking, the elephant, the largest land animal, is ruled by Jupiter, the largest planet. The planet Jupiter exalts in the zodiacal sign of Cancer, which means he is happiest and strongest there. One can choose to not believe in astrology, but one cannot deny the reality that the word conservative bears the
I
word
can't undo
Cancer
it, though.
within it. Every astrologer
I was in
worth
the
their
club
salt
with my
knows that
homies.
Cancer is the most conservative, concerned, conscious, consistent, considerate, consoling, consumptive, cancerous, kinky, and somewhat cankerous sign of the zodiac, who frequently cancels their plans so they can return to their shell.
We get
They
it, dude.
display
Someone canceled
considerable
on you.
talent as cantors.
Oh, that's cute. That's so cute. You write that one down in your Hello Kitty notebook when you were watching my video last night before you
Yeah.
went to sleep. Like, ooh, I'm gonna use this on him.
Don't make me bring out the note.
That's funny. No,
Aladdin came in on the elephant in Aladdin. I realize that. Where do you see that? What are they representing in that movie and the storyline as well?
well, I don't know.
It's been a while
But
since I seen Aladdin.
isn't it crazy? Conservative has the word cancer within it. I mean, come on. And then liberal is Libra. Two different zodiac camps.
Yep. Red shift, blue shift, baby. Gotcha. Picking up what you're putting down.
Well, I don't know about that. There's right and there's left. Yes, there's a duality.
Okay.
But let's at least learn from the Baphomet statue, not just to go durr when we see, the satanic element to it. The Baphomet statue shows us and teaches us and stresses that the right is not the same as the left. Any musician will tell you this. Any musician knows that right and left on the spectrum is not simply right and left, softball, basketball, vanilla chocolate, insignificant. No, one ascends, the other descends. Choose carefully. They're not, this one doesn't matter, this one doesn't matter, our vote doesn't matter. No. You got to choose a side because one is up and one is down. The elephant is the elephant. Elevator going up. The dawn key is the down key.
Receiver.
Low key. Going down. The ass.
One and a zero.
The mule. Mule for mulek. Mule for mulek. Down key for low key. Dawn key, down key, low key. And then ass, of course. Ass is not good unless we're talking about the original Bach saga where ass means God. But like Asgard. So conservative is cancer votive.
Cancer votive.
Well, Zeus. Oh, never mind.
Counselors, and consulates. If we allow the letter C to go soft like an S, as with the second C in the word cancer, we find a multitude of Cancerian traits, including sensitive, sensual, censorious, sunken, songful, and synchronistic. They are not so much teachers as they are senseis. The exact
Hey,
same
Spence.
phonetic links exist for the Democratic Party of America.
Am I hitting the adjectives, descriptors on the head, Spence?
Yeah, the only thing I don't do is cancel. I'm not a canceler at all.
Right.
Like the opposite. I'm like stupid punctual.
Okay.
That's the only one that's off. But like a lot of it, but it's like horn tooting too. So it's like I don't want to do all that.
Right. I will say that the canceling thing is not because with all due respect, I've already said that they're consistent. So they're consistent. So the canceling isn't that they're unreliable. What needs to be stressed is the emotionality behind it. Cancers will be the first to leave because they might feel out of place. They'll be the first to leave if they've got family back home. They can't enjoy themselves somewhere. They can only stop by. And Cancer, to me, when I say cancel, I'll flesh it out a little bit.
That's only one.
All my Cancer friends growing up,
yeah,
were the last one to show up because they, had like a family thing or something else before, and they were the first to leave. I have two close friends that I grew up with who would be the last one there and the first one to leave. And it wasn't because they didn't want to be with us. It wasn't because they were unreliable or flaky. It's because they just simply had too many obligations. They can't say no to other people too.
Oh God.
Cancers are like they self-sacrifice.
Yep.
For everyone around them. So they try and give their time to everyone. They try and show their face to everyone at the same time, like the crab.
Damn. Yep. But
cancers leave unannounced too, very often.
Irish goodbye.
Yeah.
What's the equivalent sign to Cancer?
Sorry?
Or the opposite? Is there like a opposite or equivalent sign to Cancer?
Good question. Capricorn. Cancer has there's two ways you could look at it.
Capri. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's also Yahweh. It's the 4 cardinal signs of the zodiac. Yahweh, YHWH, is the 4 cardinal signs of the zodiac. Mr. Sledge from Esoterica, lame
Justin
loser
Sledge.
channel over there. Gnostic Sludge, whatever his name is.
Justin.
Fucking loser. That guy doesn't know shit, or he's a gatekeeping shill with a text-to-speech, low IQ, Zion brain. Basically, he doesn't know, or he's not telling you that Yahweh means the 4 cardinal signs of the zodiac. Y for the V or the Y of the ram's horns, the ram symbol, and then H, 2 H's. So the H repeats. In the zodiac, and not only do they repeat, they're opposite each other. If you plot the YHWH on the 4 corners of a clock, the 2 H's are across from each other. That's very important because there's other letters that repeat in the zodiac. Leo and Libra, they're not across from each other. Scorpio and Sagittarius, they're not across from each other. Capricorn and Cancer, they're right across from each other. So we can see the Yod, the beginning, is Aries. The H repeating. Remember, H is in Hebrew, Irish, or Gaelic. You've got this k sound, h. You cough out the H's like a C. YHWH. So the Yod, the Y is Aries, the beginning. The first H is Cancer. Then the W is the 2 scales of Libra, the 2 arms of Libra, the 2 elbows of Libra, scaling, holding. That's the W. That's the weights, the W for weights. Libra rules the waist, the weights, scales, and the weight, like patience, because Virgo is the doctor, the medical doctor, and then Libra is the patient right after. If that makes sense. So whatever.
It also got the ox, the eagle, the heron, and the lion.
Yes, that's the 4 saints of the 4 cardinal saints of Orthodox churches. You'll see Michael or archangels. I forget if they're saints or if they're archangels, but churches have, yes, like you're saying, the bull, the lion, But those are the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac show. That's a distinction. The 4
But
fixed signs
people
of the
also
zodiac.
use YH, WH for that as well. That's why I was bringing it up.
Okay.
Here's a random side on Yahweh. The first time I ever said Yahweh out of my mouth was by chance. I was doing this weird shit driving in my truck, and I was just doing vowels, like I was humming, and then I was trying to get. By the way, this is my first head cold I've had since 2021. Sucks, but I was humming, and basically I was going lama. I was seeing what was easy. I was seeing what didn't involve my tongue, what was easy, what flowed, and every freaking time Yahweh would come out. Yahweh pops up so easy. There's no friction whatsoever. Naturally, first time I ever said it in my life. I'm not kidding. Randomly.
Wow. You know what the American way of saying Yahweh is?
No.
Yeehaw. Same word, baby.
Yeehaw.
Same word.
Wow, I love saying that. Oh shit, you're right. Wow, that's great. That's great.
So all right. Here we'll
spell casting on.
Who used the donkey, ass, or mule for their emblem and mascot. The donkey is ruled by Saturn, the eternal adversary of Jupiter, the elephant.
Democrat.
The planet Saturn exalts in the zodiacal sign of Leo.
See, people say, it just kind of grinds my gears when people say it's very like normie truther to say both sides are the same. Oh, your vote doesn't count. Oh, you don't know that's a conspiracy yet. This is the most snobby class of truthers. It's like, oh, you don't know both sides are the same yet? That's cute. I remember my first YouTube video, no, we've been through that. We've looked at both sides. We've analyzed. We've done our homework. And now we're discerning. And by the way, most people don't even know what the parties represent. It's not just, oh, these people are rich and, don't like other races, and that party's too obsessed with the weather and gender and stuff. That's what we're dealing with right now. But there's an up and a down. Think about the Baphomet hands. Right goes up, it elevates, and left goes down. It degenerates. Yep. The right hand path in Tantra is objective. The left hand path in Tantra is objective. The leftists of today practice left hand tantric practices and left hand societal cultural norms. The right hand path is the right hand path. It is aligned with good. It is aligned with harmony, peace. Yes, it's conservative because it's trying to maintain what is pure. The golden age mindset is that man was created perfect, and it is a everyday struggle to grip, to retain the perfection. Whereas the liberal, leftist, loser, nihilist, Darwinist, demon crazy, demo destruction mindset is that man is a monkey and he's moving upward and he can attain godlyhood anytime the technology assists him. It's not this conscious struggle. It's not this effort, and it's not a high standard. It's a very low standard. It's the lowest standard possible. Meat-eating monkey from outer space. You listeners out there may not associate with the left-wing agenda, but I do. Okay, I've done my homework. I've seen communism, socialism, these things, even though they're like political manifestations. Whatever. I'm not gonna exhaust myself. I think I'm preaching to the choir most.
In the same way that we haven't seen a true capitalism, we haven't seen a true communism, though, because there's always that outside.
Oh my God! No! This is Antifa 101. Okay, you got the Antifa booklet dropped off in your mailbox.
I think capitalism is a better option. I'm just saying we haven't been able to experience true capitalism.
You're saying capitalism again? That's another Zionist creation lie. Capitalism.
Listen, that's exactly what you're saying right now. Is exactly the point.
Where's the mute button on this fucking thing? Here,
I was gonna say,
capitalism
I'm making the
is
same point as
not
you, but I'm just not describing it.
okay. Now, for everyone out there who doesn't know the difference about Republican, Democrat. Republican means you believe that men have an inherent tether to God and good decision making, and that placing a man at the head of a household, placing a man at the head of anything is a good idea. That authority can be used for good. That authority can be wielded by good, for good, in the service of God. Democrats, and I'm very much, I'm generalizing and boiling it down here. Democrat refers to the consensus. The consensus is, so Republican stresses that authority is what can make a nation great. That, virtue can be magnified by delegating authority. This person's in charge of this, and that's what brings us strength, and that's the source. The fact that our president can emulate a king in so many ways is the source of our strength as a nation. Now, then you have democracy. We are not a democracy. The Democratic Party, the Democratic Party is number one agenda is brainwashing people into thinking that we're a democracy. We're not a democracy. Where does the republic come from? We're barely a democratic republic.
Which group of people throughout history always wants to initiate a republic in every single country that they get expelled from?
Rome.
I don't know. Which panelist am I always getting the same fucking...
How come 109 times through history, the reason that people get expelled from those countries is because they started a republic?
I think you're focusing on the republic, and you're not addressing the clear financial...
My opinion, I agree with you on the
jackal tactics. Here, just let me get this out. Just let me get this out. Republican means you believe that authority and that, a strong leader is how to get things done. I've played on enough sports teams to know that's mostly correct. Democracy, which is, this infiltration into our republic, this overly democratic notion that every person's vote should count, is how we got to women's voting. It's how we got to all this socialist nonsense after the First World War. It's the worst source of pain and turmoil to our nation is the fact that they started giving each person a whole vote in many instances. Democracy.
It's the easiest thing to be corrupt as well. If you
Yes.
let everyone and their dog vote, and illegals you can vote too, and make sure that certain people control the decision making of the actual policymakers. It's so easy. There's so many to bribe. It's the most open to rampant corruption.
Yeah, and when one person's vote equals any other one person's vote, then the wealthy, well-meaning family man who has land and actual investment in the place that he lives because he owns the land, he pours his blood, sweat, and tears into the land. He's now forced to have the same say as the loser at the bus stop who's drenched in their own feces and piss and doing crack all goddamn day. That's the same vote. I'm good on that one.
Yeah.
Democracy is this hippie pipe dream.
Where would you say that comes from? Where
is it?
Why do you think that person exists?
Lyndon Johnson.
Not bad.
Because they're welcoming sin and defilement into their life.
I would say it's because the media that we consume, the characters that are presented for people to look up to and emulate in society.
I don't know.
are advertised to them to behave that way. So if we could change potentially the celebrities that we look up to, the characters that are presented as positive characters in TV shows and stuff like that, those people would no longer exist.
Like the dumb white dad.
Well, Shem,
There's
you
a
know
group
that
of there's a group of people that use those media to get their message across and slowly win the battle over time.
Okay, you know, people were getting addicted to opium like hundreds of years ago on islands that had never heard of a newspaper or anything, right? It's not always the
But you have to think about what did they do? What did they do for hundreds of years before that? They infiltrated their government and started spreading religion around there, which would give certain ideas, and they would go to certain places to hear about that religion and be influenced by that future. It doesn't take a TV to put out propaganda. There's various ways of getting that message across.
And you just need to pay off the right person. What's an example of the sort of idols that we look up to as children in media that are of this nature?
It's different for every generation. That's why when you were growing up, it was hard for you to communicate with your grandfather or older people than you because they had different celebrities that they emulated their lives from. Just like how now it's hard for you to maybe communicate with younger people because you're on it. Like if we say faggot, for example, people get offended. Where when we were growing up, literally movies were telling us to say that word. TV characters were literally saying it, so we were influenced to say it. Has nothing to do with us. We didn't make the choice. We were literally influenced to behave that way. This is how they do it every generation.
I don't know.
TV.
I'm always of the opinion that no one can ever extract more than 50% of your free will away from you. Like, unless you had a gun to your head, you still had 50% free will at all times. And the more and more about all this conspiracy theory and covered up, hidden history that I learn about, the less of a capital T there is at the word they. Like less of a quote unquote they there is. Because it's just comes down to more individual degradation. People make bad choices. They always have, regardless of who's in control. It's not always this worldwide mystery religion exclusive cult.
No, I agree that we have a choice, which is why we're able to have this conversation. But there are plenty of people out there who don't have the time or maybe the mental capacity to think about what they're doing. They literally they watch TV shows, they see a character, and like subconsciously they emulate their entire personality from that TV character or movie character or Instagram model or whoever.
Okay, well, that's just the devil. Like, you of all people should know that there's no Illuminati that has been literally ruling time since 6,000 years ago. It might be some bloodlines that make it through there, but what's ultimately the cord, keeping them connected? It's the same bad choices, the same sins that are being committed, the same bloody acts that tether these people together. It doesn't have to be a bloodline or the same business or, the Illuminati, as we know, it could have completely disappeared.
Yes, they're taking the bait that's offered to them all the way. Scripture, yes.
Sorry, something. At a certain point, though, when they do come together and they make laws and they have organizations that literally ruin people's lives, or you go to jail for certain speech, then at a point it actually does become a reality where it is an actual problem, though. Like, for example, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to find the original text for the Indian Citizenship Act of like 1924 or something. Don't remember the exact year, but like there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to read a law from the United States government about why Native Americans and Indians were made citizens of the United States of America.
Who the fuck you think made the?
I agree.
But for some reason, there's a group of people who spent millions of dollars to make some of this stuff private and to control the things we have access to.
DOD?
So it does become a reality when that stuff starts happening. So you have to acknowledge that there is some sort of force out there trying to make these things happen.
I do acknowledge that.
The Federal Reserve exists.
And this is the company mind. So just like Kentucky.
Federal, let's just, so we can check that box together, Shem. Federal Reserve does exist. We're in agreement on that one too.
Yeah.
So that's they. In my paradigm that I'm describing, they is the people who own the Federal Reserve and who own international banking, whoever that is.
When your money is a loan with interest, you are a fucking debt slave. You live upon the company mind. You have benefits and fucking privileges, okay? And they own your ass. But if you're like Longo and you say, no, fuck you, I've done my own reading, I have my own bookstore, and I walk amongst your, is the executor of your trust God, or is the executor of your trust man? Are you a birth certificate, or are you made in the image of God? In God we trust was the name of the public charitable trust, because God was the executor. That in which one creates, one controls. That's a maxim of law. That in which one creates, one controls. Hence, in God we trust. Our founding fathers wanted to make sure that God was the executor. You have executors, trustees, and beneficiaries, because therefore man could not make claim upon the sovereigns. In the Bible, all of this Bible can be read like a trust indenture. Who begot who's, all this stuff as well. That's why they utilized the 1611 King James when they wrote the Constitution.
Raw material.
Public Law 97-210. So if you are made in the image of God and God is your executor, and you walk like Longo wants to talk, and you know how to express it lawfully, which is still present at the international level, barely in our company mind courts, because these are administrative courts. These are banking fucking courts. You don't get to do that in banking courts. I'm just saying.
So hang on. Yes, Spencer, very well said. I couldn't agree more. And I love that you're incorporating more and more God into this. It's catching my interests a bit more than the old played out admiralty law stuff.
How do you think I found God? How do you think I found God?
Well, here, I was
like,
here, well, let's continue on with this, but I just wanted to recap that Shem, the only reason I was disputing that with you, just let's all keep it fair here, was because you literally said, or you insinuated, that the stinky loser crackhead at the bus stop just got wronged by the Illuminati, and we should just be extra sorry for him, or something along those lines. Like,
I do think that, because that's what it says in the New Testament.
they had drunks in every society there's ever been. In every society there's ever been. In every society there's ever been, there's been degenerates and losers and people who leech off the work of others, or just roll over and play dead and give up to life's, challenges, and lose themselves in substance or craze.
Have you never been through something terrible? I can see why people turn out that way. It's just,
but it is consensual. They have.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That
no
they make
Illuminati,
but
Illuminati person made you stick the needle in.
Consent.
I'm always against this welfare, sympathy.
Consent, contract.
Oh yeah, I'm against welfare.
If it's free, you're the product.
Well, unless it's in certain situations, I could see how welfare is reliable, but everything gets corrupted. I'm not necessarily saying it. I'm saying that they did have a choice, but I'm saying that based on someone who's been through a lot of stuff and they don't have the mental capacity, when they see this propaganda, it's much easier to embrace the propaganda. Say, for example, they've never had parents, they've never had a positive role model to look up in their entire life. The celebrities are designed to fill that hole that they're missing.
Exactly.
Society is designed to create that hole, and the celebrities are designed to fill it.
Dude, yeah, but you're missing the picture. You know better than anyone. You should know better than anyone. God set the parameters for this game. If God wanted you to be an unobstructed, unchallenged beam of light and harmony and rays of sunshine, you would have just stayed up in heaven as a little beam of ray and sunshine and starlight. God knew exactly what he was birthing you into. You came into here, so don't fucking complain about some Illuminati.
I'm not complaining. I'm saying it's your responsibility to help.
There's been times in life, in the world, where there was no Illuminati. People still struggled. People still, strifed and suffered from sin. I'm with you. I hope you, because with all due respect, you rested your whole case on, or you brought it to an end with, the Federal Reserve does exist. With all due respect, I've done some, service in that arena too, and I went to Jekyll Island, did a pretty good video on the subject. So I'm with you on that. We're not disputing that either. I agree. But let's go there. Let's expose it all. Let's hold them 1,000,000% accountable. But let's also take take a page out of Jesus's book by somewhat forgiving them by saying, this was my fault the whole time. I welcomed you. Like, yes, this is the person. Yes, I can point to the dude who created the Federal Reserve, but I created the Federal Reserve. We welcomed it. My ancestors were duped. I don't care how much, stuff they put in the water. We got duped. That's the standard I'm holding a man to. Not the, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Man. Did the Illuminati press your button a little too hard and you collapsed down on the street and you took drugs to make yourself feel better? No. That's too low of a bar for me to be comfortable with. I don't care. That's very Pisces of you. You're very empathetic. I applaud you.
I don't think
for
we
that.
disagree. I don't think we disagree about pretty much anything here. I'm just saying, actually, maybe this is just I think it's your responsibility as someone who understands this to help that person get out of their position, because it's not your place to judge them. It's your place to help them get to the right path, especially with the knowledge that you have. That's where I'm coming from with it. So yes, I wouldn't let them babysit my children. I wouldn't let them watch my car or do anything like that. But I do want them to have a better life and a better experience and get closer to God.
With great wisdom comes great responsibility. That's why Longo gets passionate and starts freaking out, because when things aren't aligned in the image that we're freaking made in, when the circuitry is off, meaning the frequency, the resonance, whatever materialistic bullshit you're into or you're doing or you've been tricked into is wrong, Longo is repelling it. When there's something you're designed to resonate with, you will build up together. When there's something wrong, there will be dissonance. There will be repelling.
Yo, Spencer, I Venmo'd you to also talk about how attractive I am and stuff. So and just throw that in there too.
But it's amplifying what the good actions keep, society can keep getting better if more people sort of all come together and sort of share a passion, and it can keep getting worse in infinity if people keep degrading and keep pushing the boundary of what's the new low. And it seems like we're in a state of that right now. It's like they keep sort of putting the bar down of war atrocities or of what is acceptable for us to see in our social media. And it will just continue to go unless there is every force has an equal and opposite force, unless there's something that stops it and pushes it back the other way. And that's everyone actually just in their behavior, so that the guy in the street can see that and be inspired to be more like that. It's everyone. So I do. Yeah.
If you do not know how to express who you are and where you come from, man will claim that. Man will claim you as property and chattel.
Use you. Yeah. If you don't assert yourself, your beliefs, and who you are and what you are going to do, then you'll be used.
They're trying to put this stuff in you, yada yada. They want to get it in your DNA, because then you walk through the stupid magnetic, the whatever metal detectors, and now they're doing bioscans anywhere and everywhere. 6 years ago, the Supreme Court ruled that if someone has their chimeric code in your body, in your DNA, you most likely volunteered to, you consented.
Yeah.
Because you were stupid, you were tricked. They offered you French fries and hamburgers, all that dumb shit. Well, now you go through the detector, and now they own your ass. Own your ass to the Supreme Court.
Monsanto.
What you have to know, even then, is that there was fraud, menace, duress, non-full and honest disclosure. This is stuff that's been around all the way back into Scripture. So when you know that God is the executor of the trust, your trust, and you trust in God, that's why they use these words. That's how you know exactly who created you. That in which one creates, one controls. That in which one creates. If you remember that, and you get rid of the space shit and the Darwinism and all the nonsense, man's law, which is academia, wants you to memorize. They want you to memorize that because they want to own you forever, contractually, voluntarily consent, or, oh yeah, I'm a banker, I'm an engineer, here's my license, here's my bank. You're literally contracting with them over and over again. When you go to Verizon, you're consenting to MK Ultra. We're saying, yes, I want fifth generation.
You say that one more time. You say that one more time.
When you go to fucking Verizon, you're asking for the contract. Please, MK
Okay,
Ultra.
wait, hang on. So I'm gonna switch to T-Mobile. Am I safe?
Where you fucking go? It doesn't fucking. It's in the contract.
Metro PCS.
Exactly.
Apple fine print. Wasn't there some amendment that they keep adding more stuff in the fine print with different agreements and as things progress? But it's all in there. Yeah,
dude. When you believe to the level that when you believe the story, I mean, just basics of Genesis resonates with me now.
Yeah.
Now I have a whole other level of being able
Insane.
to in the world walk around. Energy
Very
moves
good.
differently around percents. Energy is charge, discharge, credits, debits, blah,
Mhm.
blah, blah. Fruit, meat, dead,
Left,
alive.
right.
Life, dead. You know,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Coke, Pepsi.
Coke, fucking Pepsi. You think that's a chance that Pepsi's at right there? You think it's a fucking chance?
See, Coke, Pepsi, another
Both
psyop.
binary.
This is another one of the world's biggest psyops. I remember in school they used to sell us notebooks that said Coke or Pepsi, and it was
Really?
like yes, it was like this diversity, tolerance garbage. Like, you know, you can like volleyball and I can like basketball and we can be like best friends. Like, you know, and you can be a, you know, PDF file and I can be and we can love is love and like, you know, don't discern between anything good or bad.
Conditioning.
It's all lateral. See, this is the trick. This is the ultimate psyop. Whenever you hear these people saying, "Oh, it's blue versus red," both sides are psyoped. It's not right left. It is top and bottom. Nation, top and bottom.
No, I agree with you. The modern Republican Party is like, hey, this is
Yeah.
shitty, but everyone gets to live well. Democratic Party is like, hey, it's shitty, but you're also going to live a shitty life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Top bunk, bottom bunk, and stuff.
It's the Baphomet hands, and it's the spiral of music. Right is not just a lateral plane that's infinite. It's a spiral like Baphomet's hands. The right is it's like a step up. The left is a step down. And yes, they're right and left, but they keep spiraling up like music.
Scrotum or balls.
Hmm?
Someone said scrotum or balls.
It's a good one. Top and
What do you
bottom.
got, what do you got pulled up here?
Libra.
It's just
From which we get
Libra, conservative, Cancer, Libra, liberal, libertine.
Can't swear.
And it's Saturn and Venus. It's Satan and Lucifer.
The
in
turn.
one sign. That's why Libra gets the worst rap. It's Eve making her mistake. It's the serpent on the tree. It's the caduceus on the Virgo Libra cusp. Virgo is the medical,
on the
hermetic.
Fellas, I got a dip. People are thinking that I got a million smoke alarms because it's just crickets. I'm just in like a 3 Seasons room, so the window's there. But I got to get up in the morning, so it's been good.
Jimmy. Peace out, man. Have a good night.
Have a good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks for your
Yeah.
insights.
It's been fun.
You're one of the greats, as well as your mullet.
So this one's crazy, Shem. I think you're gonna like this one. Bama, dude. Bama. I was like, Alabama and the elephant. There has to be something with this. The Republican elephant, the Atlantis elephant, you know. And then I was thinking, Tuscaloosa.
Tuskegee.
Tusk and Tuskegee. Tuscaloosa. There's no official connection between Tuscaloosa and the tusk of an elephant. They just chose that elephant because the linemen were extra big, they say. That their team had extra big people on it. Well, Bama, not only in ancient Semitic languages, means grave mound or hillside. It means beasts and cultic platform. Bama, and by extension, altar. So it means backs, beasts. It means hillside, grave mound, backs, beasts, or cultic platform, or altar. Bama.
That's
Allah,
kind of
Bama. Allah, Bama.
Bama.
That's kind of the vibes I was getting earlier with the Republican versus Democrat thing, because you said that the elephant represents Zeus, which is like the father. The Democrat is the mule, which is what the Messiah rides into the promised land to reinstate basically this like paradise, right?
Right.
So without, I don't know, ties into the altar as well. Alabama altar, Messiah establishing the altar. Weird stuff.
Well, isn't that crazy? Could the beast, the Bama, refer to an elephant? Could the grave mound, Bama, refer to the mounds of the southeast United States, which Alabama has plenty of? I think, isn't Moundsville in Alabama?
Not sure.
There's a Moundsville in Alabama for sure, but pretty trippy.
Yeah, interesting.
Here. Damn, that's long. So this is where it starts getting grim.
National Elephant Center was also founded outside of Vero Beach by a group of 10 Ringlings. Most people sing Mystic Maine by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums.
Oh, dude.
The fact that
zoo, like Zeus. Zoo.
Oh, shit, Zeus.
How'd I never think of that?
Let's take our kids to the.
Zeus.
Where'd you take your kid? Oh, we go to the zoos.
Right. Well, Jesus loved animals, so.
Zoot Suit Riot.
But Zodiac is where you get Zodiac, like the animal, like the wheels.
Zoody.
Animal wheel.
The
And
Zoody.
then also, yep, and it's a double meaning.
Zoology. Sorry, zoology.
It's a double meaning, like Zo-dia, 2 plus 10. So is 2 in many languages, and then dia is 10 in many languages. So 2 plus 10 is it's also your 10 fingers and your 2 palms, because it's the 5 luminaries and the 2 luminaries and the 5 wandering stars.
Oh,
is your 10 fingers and your 2 palms.
2 great luminaries. Do that again. One more.
Well, the 5 wandering stars are the tips of your clasped hands, and then the 2 palms are the 2 luminaries. Lamp and palm are anagrams.
Sun in the moon.
Have you ever?
Enoch, the 2 great luminaries.
Sorry.
Like in Enoch, the 2 great luminaries. Sun and the moon.
Yes. Yep.
Have you ever heard the idea that the signs on our hands are representative of the firmament in a similar way that the stars can tell the past, present, and future? They say that the lines on the front and back of your hands are like basically the firmament of your body.
Like
and it says
palm reading?
You're only supposed to contemplate on the back of your hand during the Sabbath. Any other time you're not supposed to.
Ooh. Damn.
Interesting.
Florida remains the elephant capital of the Americas, ought to act as a convincing, mystical evidence for its Atlantean legacy. Most people in America have only seen elephants in the circus or at the zoo. America's most famous circus, the Ringling Brothers, and Barnum and Bailey's greatest show on earth, was actually headquartered in Sarasota, Florida. It is there that the troupe spent their winters. It is from the Ringling Circus that Florida is said to have received the bulk of its living elephants. It has been theorized by some.
Here, look at that. See
the
Jumbo? Now, Jumbo, this might be a strange elephant because...
Jumbo?
Yeah, this was a circus elephant that was like 20 feet tall or something. It was insane how tall this elephant was. And look, you could fit like 20 people on its back. It was crazy. So could this have been some strange, extinct proboscidean? I don't know. Maybe. They looked like they sawed its tusks off. Maybe because they were shaped differently.
A lot of old books mention statues made of ivory, but when you look them up to try to figure out why it says that, it says it was just gilded or coated in ivory as opposed to being made from full ivory. But think about the size of those tusks, how big they'd be. Because look at just the part where it's cut off. It's at least as thick as one of their heads, if not a little bit thicker, maybe including the shoulders.
Well, I think elephant bone in general is just considered ivory, right? Like, even if it were a big femur.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
If it is, that makes a lot of more sense, honestly.
Yeah. But this Jumbo is pretty flippin' big, so who knows the story on.
Ringling circus served to dispose
That's
of and
huge,
repurpose any and all animals in North America which did not fit into the Smithsonian approved curriculum, be they remnants of the Pleistocene or remnants of a pre-Columbian transatlantic empire. Opinion that the Moors of Spain either escaped to Florida shortly around the time of their expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula in 1492, or possibly retreated to existing Moorish strongholds in Florida and the Americas. This is why Moorish architecture can be found throughout Florida. This brings us to my second possible reason for the presence of elephants in early Florida. If we have both Moorish architecture and Moorish descended peoples present in Florida, it is not ridiculous to think we should find Moorish animals, such as the elephant. The Moors descend from the Berbers, who descend from the Carthaginians, who were just one colony of the Phoenicians. These Phoenicians transported elephants across the sea many times over the course of 2,000 years. These elephants being transported to areas they were not native to were used both in war and for labor. So, if they did it then, it's very possible that they could have gotten some to the Americas. These would not have been able to run feral like other animals, and thus not establish a wild population. Considering how sought after ivory was, ivory harvesting was likely a driving factor in the cover-up of American elephants.
Facts.
It is a well-known fact that all of the original Ringling brothers were high-ranking Freemasons, thus bolstering the idea that they could truly have been involved in some type of global conspiracy. The following comes to us from Wendy Ray Wazut Barrett, PhD. Quote, each of the 7 Ringling brothers was a Scottish Rite Mason. They were members of the Scottish Rite Consistory in Milwaukee, a theater that boasted a Sauceman and Landis scenery collection, supervised by Thomas G.
So yeah,
Moses
they were all
during
Freemasons.
its production.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
In
Dude,
fact,
that's early MK Ultra. All of the spinning colors in the acts, they're literally hypnotizing if you think about it, because they're accessing parts of the brains. Obviously, I remember being at it. And I remember, like, as a kid being so confused. I remember being confused and disoriented in the tent.
Yep. Yep. It's a totally an adrenochrome harvesting act facility. What's the whole thing here? These are some of the things that I didn't get to stitch together as nicely as I would have liked. You know, the video got super long.
Yeah.
But there's another clip in here where a elephant trainer says, you know, all kids dream of like the same thing, running away to the circus. Hang on. I didn't want to run away to the circus. Like
I didn't.
You know,
That's
you know where did that brainwashing come from that all kids want to run away to the
movies.
circus? Exactly. So okay.
That's also that narcissist chick that said she only visited the elephant 5 times after she grew
No,
up
it
or
was
whatever.
the other chick. It was.
Are you sure?
That was the younger.
Oh yeah, you're right. She was like, most kids want to join the circus, but I wanted to free the animals or something.
That's the program.
Yeah, she was like Eastern European or something. But yeah, the clowns. Listen, the carnival, the circus. It's all the same. Carnival is the feast of Baal.
Carnal.
By the way, it's the carnivore festival. There's meat getting roasted. It's the most degenerate food items.
It is
decadent. You know, well, not decadent.
They scare
not
you.
in like a rich sense.
Thick.
Yeah. And so they put you on all these rides. The rides are just vroom, vroom. Your body's literally yes, thank you. Your body's literally thinks you're gonna die. You get your body gets tricked into thinking you're gonna die by getting thrown up on these rides. All the flashing lights are exciting. That's just like the little extra herbs and seasonings into your blood, like the little extra pleasure hormones and stress hormones and surprise and shock all flavoring the blood and saturating the blood with extra hormones that probably. This is like total Alex Jones level. Like
So what did it?
they put the blood in the circus, and then the clowns scare the children, and then they drink the blood. But it's not me saying this, as I say in the video.
No, it's a
This is
it's where it started.
yes, American Horror Story literally made a whole season about this. This isn't me coming up with this. This was all an American Horror Story season 4, which is set in Jupiter, Florida. By the way, Jupiter rules elephants. Huh. So,
how about the word circus? Like, is that like circa U.S. circus? Where's the word circus originate?
it's a big old circle jerk. It's a ring-a-ling. It's a ring-a-ling where they play with each other's ding-a-lings.
Give me a ring-a-ling, I'll swirl around a ding-a-ling.
It's the ding-a-ling, ring-a-ling.
Barnum.
And so basically, it seems like an adrenochrome harvesting thing. The kids running away, the clowns, the terror, the surprise, the delight, the shock, the foods, and then also blood buses. What was I gonna say? The two places that I see blood buses the most: Whole Foods and the movie theater. I swear to God, the place here in Boca Raton or Lake Worth, Long Beach County, all the towns I grew up in, you see the blood bus at Whole Foods because they want the healthy people blood. They want that clean blood for the if I'm guessing, they send the blood bus to Whole Foods for the real blood for people that they want to get clean, healthy blood.
It's at our
higher,
It ain't at
Exactly.
Walmart. Publix in my town.
And then they go to the movie theater to get the adrenalized blood, the horror movies. Yes, I swear to God, come out to Boca Raton and see it. That's the town I grew up in.
I will do
the Whole Foods. The blood bus is always outside of the Whole Foods, and it's always outside of the movie theater. They want the clean and healthy blood from Whole Foods, and they want the adrenalized blood from the movie theater with the horror and the emotion and the despair and the shock and the drama, all the Jesuit theater tricks. Yeah. So checkerboard floor with the Ringling Circus. This is the Ringling Mansion in Sarasota, Florida, which is just south of Tampa Bay. The Ringling brothers pretty much owned most of Sarasota in the 1920s. They headquartered the circus there. They brought all the elephants there, and that was their home base from then on. Ever since, when they weren't performing, they go back to Florida. So that's kind of what American Horror Story is based off of. Is the circus having a reputation for wintering in Florida. And there's a whole lot of blood spilling and stuff in American Horror Story. I've never seen an episode, thank God, but from everything I've heard, seen on the internet, it's all blood stuff and totally in line with what we're saying. What's so funny, Shem?
So never seen an episode, thank God.
Yeah. Why is that funny?
I don't know, just like drawing
Anyone would
drawing
say
a lot
that.
in there. I've seen the first 2 seasons back in the day.
Same. I used to watch television about 5 years ago.
Nice. So
if you ever talk to me, don't talk to me about I don't know how to untap a phone. I can't buy a new one right now.
So there's this weird art all over the Ringling Mansion. Up there's like a griffin at the top of the ceiling up there. I don't know if you can see, but also they've got the line in their own. Notice their own like portraits here they've got the lion and tiger right to left. Seems like they have horses, or a horse and a donkey, top to bottom. It's a horse on the top, donkey on the bottom. Looks like, judging by the ears.
What's their real names? They're Shem Kadesh. They're using a Kinui with these names.
Look at that red cap.
Red cap, yeah. But here, so I talk about them being Masons, and that's all interesting stuff. But then I think you'll like this, Spence. So Masonry has a history of set design, because they do like these elaborate rituals, and the best lodges have the best set designs, so that like it's very immersive when you're doing the ritual, right?
Yes.
Well, the Ringlings were very instrumental in some of these set designs, and their early lodge that they were a part of had one of these famous, like, coveted set backdrops.
Yeah.
And there was a tradition of Masonic theaters. Like, the Masons would make the best theaters, kind of like how they're, the Templars were making the best cathedrals, and everything would get hosted in them. The Masons had a reputation for designing sets and theaters. The Jesuits are credited with largely originating like drama and like play as we know it, for the sole purpose of like controlling people through their emotions and manufacturing emotions that are artificial.
The Jesuits were utilizing the energetics of the structures in theater, which got literally sounds like it was perverted into facading the buildings as time went on. Then you had a more perverted version of that into this, turns into Hollywood making movie sets. Just think 90s. Just look at that progression from Roman theater all the way up into these Hollywood movie sets. And they're literally using the energetics of it to brainwash.
Yep.
Oh no.
Did you see this part, Shem, about the?
I didn't see the images right here. This is fascinating.
Yes, they used to hold like these tent theaters, like out in the woods, like a little bit away from town, almost like a Bohemian Grove type thing, where they'd have these like, like big dramas and theaters.
Like in The Proposal with Sandra Bullock and Betty White's out in the woods by herself having like her own little seance.
Yeah. So the colors are always the same here with the white and the red. I don't know if it's like going into the womb or what, like returning to the womb, which is a kind of a Masonic thing. But you've got the clown, the adrenochrome harvesting.
That's the
why are so many people afraid of clowns? And then boom, keep this motif, this artistic design, the circus tent motif in the back of your heads. Keep it fresh on your mind. Keep it in your pocket because it's going to come up later, and it's a super deep rabbit hole.
And all the buildings, the red and white, the energy.
American Horror Story season 4, set in Jupiter, Florida. Bathing in blood.
There's your tent right there. Tent mouth.
There's your confirmation on the nail on the adrenochrome harvesting. Bathing in blood.
There's Katy Perry up in her ring right there.
Yep. The devil. You walk into the devil's mouth to come in.
Dude. Good.
The bowels.
They're replicating that shit.
The red and the white.
They're still having these ceremonies today at like award shows and shit.
So then the next section of the video goes all throughout the animal abuse. They are abusing elephants. They were abusing elephants in the Ringling Circus. This guy, Kenneth Feld, is who inherited the Ringling Circus from his dad, Irvin Feld. They're part of exactly what tribe you'd think they are, the Felds. And they're Pharisees, to put it plainly, put it nicely. Pharisee family. Ringling heirs who totally got in trouble for mistreating the elephants. And then when they got caught and busted, instead of releasing them or sending them to a good spot, they just opened their own elephant conservation center for study and research, and they were just like breeding them for money and abusing them even more, and still beating them with hooks, a bull hook, which is like the only way to get an elephant to like do what you want.
You've got to be like on an entirely different level of retardation to do that.
These people are crazy, dude. Demonic. This is a employee telling all, a confessional, all the pictures of the training methods and how they bind them into certain like yoga positions that they'd never ever go into naturally. It's disgusting. So here, we're going to skip ahead a little bit. Go watch it. They hired a spy. Ringling Brothers got a spy to infiltrate the animal rights organization. They made a documentary about it. So there's a snippet of that documentary in this video. And it's all real. Again, this was all not a conspiracy theory. Like, well, it is a conspiracy theory, but not in the BS sense. This is real. Go look it up. Very dark stuff. This is like a real Ringling conspiracy theory. We're not just grasping at straws here. Like, these people are vicious to this day. And if anything happens to me,
It's fascinating because you said that the Pharisees, they belong to this certain group, but that certain group also believes that people who sin and don't live a high quality life are reincarnated as animals. So it's like as if they're punishing them.
Oh shit, Shem. Oh shit, Shem. Oh, what did you just do? You just nailed it.
It's disgusting though.
Whoa, what if that's what they're doing?
I mean, I prefer that to think that they're not humans reincarnated and that they're just innocent souls that are getting tortured. But to be open to that idea, that because Plato talks about it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I entertain that only because I've thought about what happens when you die. What am I? Am I a light body? You know, my body's this water salt blob in a skin suit. Water skin suit. When I die, you smoke radio. What's the difference between a signal and a broadcast? What happens to that signal, our light body? Where does it go? Is it together? Is it an orb that is a divine frequency that's a 3D image of these beautiful mandalas and things? And does it stay together and end up as a star, or just stay as one of those beautiful orbs? Or are you just this like dull light that barely has a biofield that just dissipates and turns into nothing, and your energy just comes into something else? Like, I've thought about that shit deep many times.
that's how Shem feels when he looks in the mirror.
Oh my gosh, you need to, I don't know, mushrooms.
So, guys, this is Kenneth Feld right here. Everyone go do me a favor and go look him up. Kenneth Feld. If anything happens to me, it might have been Flavor King. It might have been the Clintons. It might have been Israel. It might have been, you know, a whole bunch of people.
The Moors.
Might have been the Moors. Might have been the Scientologists. Might have been the Amish. Whew, got them on my. Can't get them off my back. Might have been the Seminoles. Might have been, but it definitely might have been Kenneth Feld. So everyone, go put this on blast. Put this story on blast. It's very relevant because they're trying to relaunch the Ringling Circus.
It was like a Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, exactly. As like a Cirque du Soleil, but it's so.
They just remind me of early versions of these freaking like Super Bowl brainwashing things, or no, the Olympic Games like brainwashing sets and shit.
And free as they can be. I believe so. Yes.
We want people to realize that elephants are beautiful just as they are.
They were detractions were attacked.
The two oldest girls, I refer to
223 in Society of the United. Now part of public.
Animals ever attacked. And feed too much.
I refer to them as the mean
Free here.
Just animal
do tricks or
What are you looking
complex
for?
and
elephants are beautiful just as they are. Just
Whatever, doesn't matter. But there's a part in there where she says, like, oh, all kids want to run away to the circus, and she did too. But to get their adrenochrome harvested, I guess. But
States are the humane is now sharing with us through what they found, and she speaks to local
crazy
animal experts
connection.
about how
Florida is still an illegal ivory trade hotspot. How the hell can that be? Are these elephants coming from, or is this ivory coming from Florida elephants? That would be insane. That would be like the mother of all scandals if they were literally harvesting living elephants or for newly dead elephants in Florida.
Huh.
If the Ringling was making money. I mean,
Or
we know elephants die in captivity. What do they do with the bodies?
Or burial
Ivories.
sites.
Catacombs. Elephant catacombs.
Yeah, they just chuck them in the Florida rivers and say they're ancient mammoth fossils. No, just kidding. But
I mean, it is a great question where they're getting them from, because most elephants live in protected areas now, so doesn't make much sense.
Dumbo, Pinocchio. Pinocchio becomes a donkey. Dumbo was always an elephant born for Pleasure Island. Ah, damn it, Resident Properties.
Just starting in the fall of
all right,
2023.
guys, watch this.
Auditions
One
are
of the
already
last
underway
big
for the
things.
next cast of Circus Sensations.
It's crazy.
Won't be seeing elephants, tigers, or lions, but after a 7-year break, Feld Entertainment is
That knows.
Of Circus Sensations.
won't be seeing elephants, tigers, or lions, but after a 7-year break, Feld Entertainment is excuse me, is back and betting on a reimagined version of the Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey Circus. Joining us right now is Kenneth Feld. He's the CEO of Feld Entertainment. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So
Evil.
Thank you for having us.
Evil.
I
Look at
did,
his
and it's politically incorrect to say, but I enjoyed the elephants a lot as a child. I just
He
was
did not like that.
out loud and proud. So what are you doing now?
What we're doing, we've relaunched Ringling Brothers Barnum Bailey, and we are opening in Brooklyn tonight at our place. And the show is completely different. It is reimagined for audiences today or tomorrow.
What does that mean?
It means that
fucking
the
lizard
scale
breath.
is larger than ever. And when you go in and you look at what we have, it's different. So you're not going to go in and think a preconceived idea.
No one
It's
else is doing
different.
this.
And it's really like the ultimate playground. And we have performers, 75 performers from 18 different countries. And what they're doing is extraordinary. And what we want is people in today's world to have simple fun. And that's what this is. We're non-lingual. Everybody can
Makes so
enjoy
much
it. And it
sense.
creates a conversation on the way home.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. And the new Ringling, the pace is
Hey,
great.
Ken, can you do me
The
one more?
acts are
Can you do me a
extraordinary,
favor
the
and choke one
performers.
more time,
And
please?
it's something that is inspiring, I think, for young kids, that people can do all this stuff. And it's amazing, and it gives them hope.
So this is more. How much more of this is now? This is more human stunt based.
Guys, we can all rest assured that the big scary Illuminati controllers, whoever that we're up against, okay, these money loving, degenerate, evil, rich losers, they're not winning one bit. Every second of this dude's life is suffering misery.
I agree with what I was feeling.
Imagine being a fucking billionaire and you still can't even walk into a room like you own it.
Well,
You're a billionaire and you walk into a news station and these gay anchors are just ripping you to shreds, like disrespect. I mean, this guy's such a spineless little weasel. No, bereft of charisma, bereft of confidence. Every foothold he's made in this life you can rest assured, has been through terror, fear, intimidation, subversion, infiltration. That's this guy's MO. No charisma to speak of. So every moment is misery. So we're winning by simply living a simple life, not having to worry about all this entanglement and espionage. And I don't even know if I skipped it or if it's later on, but he hired people to beat his sister up.
Yeah, when she was trying
Or
to
at
go to
least
the
that's
bathroom.
what he was allegedly accused of this. And this is all allegedly. And he's my best friend ever, and I love him. Kenneth
She
Feld.
said she was going to the
Love.
bathroom. No, I think what we're witnessing here, though, is more along the lines. I agree with everything you just said, but I think we're witnessing the end of a pyramid scheme where these people were promised something, and like as more and more of them are born, they're running out of jobs for them to have to live their privileged life.
Yeah.
So these people are literally just put in this position where they're like so uncertain about the future that they don't know what to do next because things aren't necessarily going the way that they were promised. I think it's a giant pyramid scheme, and I think even the people who we think are the villains are involved in it to the point to where like they're. I don't know. It would be too obvious if we could identify who these people are, which usually people say they're the Jews, obviously, but it'd be too easy for everyone on the planet, including the guy that you're talking about earlier. He's like a crackhead on the street. It's for some reason in our modern society, even the guy that you were talking about earlier, who's like a crackhead on the street, even he knows that the Jews are bad. It's just too easy.
Hang on, don't say that. Don't be that. Because they're nice and we love them and they're great.
I'm just saying that some of these
Got it?
families. Yeah, no, I'm with you. But some of these families seems like they were promised certain things, and now it's getting to the point where they're running out of ways to.
Or no, I don't know about that. I think you're always like too empathetic. Or bad decisions, bad choices, evil moves have evil, terrible rewards. And yes, you can delay the payment till the very end, but that day comes when your bad deeds just collapse in on themselves. And I think we're also seeing that here a bit.
What do you think about the disagreement between Aaron and Korah within the Old Testament?
And also, this company's still doing well. Like they got hit hard because of the whole animal rights thing, and they had to get rid of the elephants. That was a whole scandal. But this guy still runs Disney on Ice, still runs Monster Jam, still runs
Monster Jam, of course.
There's some other ones. I forget.
Do you know about the disagreements between like Aaron and Korah and Moses being the intermediary between them?
Not how it relates to this. Fill us in.
Because what I just described is that these people are a part of it, yes, but they were promised certain things and now they're running out of options because it's just not working out anymore. However, in this situation, Aaron and the sons of Aaron, they're like above all of these people. They're the high priests that are getting the taxes, or getting to eat for free, or getting everything for free. So the disagreement between Aaron and Korah was that the other tribes were like, hey, well, how come these guys are the ones that get to perform the priestly duties and are in the temple and getting all these taxes and don't have to do anything different? How come they're always the ones in this position of power?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So basically what I'm saying is that it's possible that there is well, I think you get it. Well,
than anything else. Is that a fair thing to say? You probably don't like that to say
but
that.
it's more than just that. It's the sense of humor. It's the feeling. It's an excitement, and it doesn't exist anyplace else. That's the key. That it's unique. When you go into Ringling, you can't. There's nothing else like it, and that's true today in this reimagined thing. And
this is what he
the
owns.
way we've done it. People are
Motocross,
excited.
Marvel Universe Live. That was the one I was looking for. Jurassic World Live Tour, PSYOP. Marvel Universe, PSYOP. Ringling, PSYOP. Disney on Ice, PSYOP. Monster Jam. It's just, goy entertainment, like bread and circus. Hell yeah. You see that thing go vroom? Just like, worse than bread and circus. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to go. I want to go see some Florida mudding and stuff. But soon. But this is different. This is like.
No.
So Feld Entertainment, guys. Keep an eye out. Put out the alarm.
Dude.
Yes, Spence?
The mud bogging community is no different than your freaking Monster Jam stuff. It's the same dumb shit. Trust me. Born in it, been around it, haven't been there since high school, not going back. Riddled with parasites and alcohol and nasty, trashy everything and everyone. Yeah, there's expensive side-by-sides in Florida now, and people bring their kids, and I just think that's a horrible thing, not a good thing.
I mean, we've, since the beginning of the year, we've played not just with Ringling, but all of our stuff. People want to go out. It's between 500,000 and over 1 million people every single week since the beginning of the year.
Clowns are okay, aren't they?
Humor is good.
No clowns?
No, they are comedians. They are funny people.
Oh my
doing
God, are
funny
clowns
things.
canceled? Why do clowns get canceled? Because of John
No,
Wayne
because
Gacy
they don't
or
want to
something?
scare people with white, crazy makeup and red noses and things like that.
People with white, crazy makeup and red noses and things like that. People with white, crazy makeup and
red noses and things like that. So,
And then I was thinking you could do dogs, couldn't you? Dogs are happy to be doing those tricks. Or
we do have a dog. We have a robotic dog.
Well, then just
very
Elephants in Florida were so prevalent in the 1920s
I know Shem like
that
that.
legend tells of a
That was a page right out of Shem's book.
One of the best memes.
That's half of Shem's career is short little GIF memes.
The only thing I'm good at.
Shem's a
If you can
GIF.
even see that.
Shem's a GIF truther.
Aaron is the brother of Moses, son of Levi.
Guys, I'm going to.
Yeah, we're gonna wind it down here. I just wanted to include that part and then maybe skip forward to this is Mrs. Green. Sounded like a nice lady, but she did mention that she didn't visit her pet elephant much after she had to give it away. But
I made it to a 48 hours awake, and all I've had to eat since 26%, like 30 hours is this.
This penis. Sorry, what?
This, bitch, it's your stupid onion.
Nice.
That's all I've had to
Are
eat.
you-
I fasted for
Are
like,
you fasting?
yeah. I fast when I get sick.
So Shem, Spence,
the
last couple clips here, then we'll wind it up down. But
That's
tell
a
me
big-
how, tell me 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 how,
What is
tell me how,
this?
tell me how, 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 tell me how,
Leave
tell
and-
me how,
leave and
tell
come
me how,
back.
tell me how, tell me how, tell me how, tell me how. Yo, Shem, tell your fucking Mossad agents to get the fuck out of my chat room, dude. Quit scrambling my shit.
That building-
trying to get me on that new Diplo track.
That is a toilet building, toilet-shaped building, 100%.
All right. So what I was saying before my webcam mic started spazzing was just watch this video and tell me what you think. This is a Faina promotional video for the hotel, Faina Hotel in Miami, which is Miami Beach, which is built in one of the oldest, most popular hotels in Miami Beach, which was the Saxony.
Ooh.
So the Saxony Hotel, named for the creator George Sachs, which is, yes, that family. But let me know what you think of this quick little clip here. This is just one little snippet of a big, like, promotional opening video for this hotel. Faina is the last stage of a bullfight, which is the slaughter before the slaughter. Faina. Bull applies not only to bovines, but also proboscideans. So an elephant, a male elephant is a bull. A male mammoth is a bull. And there's a mammoth, $25 million mammoth statue. $25 million mammoth statue in the backyard of this hotel.
Golly.
Solid gold cage, and the mammoth skeleton itself is encased. It's gilded in gold, like gold leafed.
Plated.
25 million.
Encased inside a protective shield. After
Very-
all we have covered
very
in this
clean.
presentation, I truly believe
Notice
this
the
to be
color on the
cherry
umbrellas,
top
guys.
of our Atlantean
Notice the color on the
elephant
umbrellas. Okay, now watch here what they decided to put in to this promotional video. Tell me what's wrong with the kid going off by himself. See the red and white theme? See the bullhorns? Bullhorns on the table. Everything's red and white. You're gonna see why that is soon. Hey, get out of the bathroom. I'm trying to bathe in there. Now tell me how creepy this is, guys. Everyone pay attention right here. What the heck is going on here? Oh yeah, kid, go off by yourself. Go up the stairs by yourself with your little red balloon.
With
yeah,
the oh my gosh.
Releasing his adrenochrome bubble up to... No, just kidding.
Put that in your diagonal.
What's up with that? Why does the kid need to be by himself?
That's exactly what they're portraying, Longo.
It's like, yeah, it's like The Shining. So, just creepy. Just a sick mind.
You remember, you saw the little clown in, It, where he's holding a little balloon.
Yeah. Here's the other installation, popular installation at this hotel. It's a golden unicorn. Unicorns are used by name in the Bible and elsewhere. Golden mammoth, $25 million. Golden
Have you looked into the symbolism behind the kid releasing the red balloon at all? Because I haven't thought about it until just now.
No, I haven't. This was at the end of the video. It was getting put into the... I was just figuring this stuff out as I'm adding it into the video. That's kind of why we're doing this. There's a lot that I didn't get to.
Probably means something. Yeah, I'll look into it.
Now, this is what... Boom. Guys.
Dude, the tents.
Am I taking crazy pills? Am I schizophrenic?
No.
Guys, turn me in, okay? Am I short-circuiting here? Or is this like a screaming in your face connection and an obvious elephant conspiracy going on in the state of Florida? You've got the crown jewel of mammoth skeletons in the back of this hotel, and it's got circus tent umbrella designs.
Who owns the property?
I don't know who does now, but it's the Faina Hotel, which means bull slaughter. And
I bet they are huge.
The Black Eyed Peas were at the opening of this hotel, or Will.i.am was at least.
Okay.
Release of Innocence. Good point.
Look at that. I mean, they're just, bro.
Yeah, they're milking something.
Come on. The red and white all throughout the hotel. It's like, drop an orange in the chat if Dr. Law goes not crazy.
Remember the cheeks on You Want to Play a Game? The movie Saw?
Oh, good one. Good.
Yeah, I just looked this up. It says the red in Kabbalah is used to ward off evil. So maybe releasing the red balloon is related to embracing some sort of, I don't know, because it says white represents the creator. So I don't know. Yeah, I haven't thought about this ever. Really strange. Releasing the red, releasing the protection from evil.
Watch Monsters Inc. again. They just throw it in everybody's face. Like, here you go. Take. Oh God, so stupid.
Look at this. Come on, guys. What do you think?
Those look like little light switches. What's the deal with the seats?
It's also like Umbrella Corps.
Oh, dude.
Like Resident Evil.
Shit, son. This is loaded.
Damien Hirst has a shit ton to do with this. Another scumbag.
Who's that creepy looking creep?
He is a pop artist. He's the midway point between Andy Warhol and Marina Abramovich, and he's friends with Marina Abramovich. Okay, he created the golden mammoth sculpture, and this is an infant skull sculpture. They made a couple of these. Bedazzled infant. Cross-section of a pregnant woman. Cross-section, more cross-sections of like fetuses and in utero.
Loves that Matrix.
This one, even though he claims that these are cast, like fake skulls, like it takes a real skull of a real dead person and then casts it like a copy, even though this is allegedly a copy, the teeth are real. Those are real teeth. That's the original teeth of the dead person from like hundreds of years ago or whatever. And this guy's
super progressive.
This guy's sick. He made out with it. Look, he stuck his tongue in the teeth. He's trying to provoke people. Fucking loser. He's Irish too. I can be especially harsh on him for being a degenerate loser. Pansy. Fucking leave the art to girls, dude. Marina Abramovich once called him an incredible businessman.
Dude, she's his handler without a doubt.
Stupid rich makes art just like her. His art is like, I don't know who's derivative of who, but they're both obsessed with the weird same shit. But he's been formally accused of plagiarism no less than 16 times. So maybe that's what she meant when she said incredible.
Probably. They like to hijack people.
Oh, there we go with Shem again. Oh yeah, I'm sure he's just a great guy who got hijacked.
Yeah, not that guy. Maria.
Whatever.
That guy seems like, I don't know, I know nothing about him, but based on that, I don't like him.
This is what
as of right now.
This is what Damien Hirst had to say about 9/11. The thing about 9/11 is that it's kind of like an artwork in its own right. It was wicked, but it was devised in this way for this kind of impact. Okay. It's in the video. We're gonna be winding it down here.
Well, after that, you show how he got backlash for saying this.
Yeah.
Something which nobody would have ever thought in this way for this kind of impact. It was devised visually. You've got to hand it to them on some level because they've achieved something which nobody would have ever thought possible, especially to a country as big as America. So on one level, they kind of need congratulating, which a lot of people shy away from, which is a very dangerous thing. End quote. The next
We gotta ask him though. Congratulate who? The
That's what I'm
Bushes
saying.
or Al Qaeda?
No, it's more. You've had the same debate throughout history with these people. Is like they want credit for what they're doing, but they also don't. It's I don't know. It's really strange. It's like the whole Minoan versus Mycenaean culture type thing. The Minoans practiced everything out in the open. The Mycenaeans came in and made it private and exclusive. You had the same thing talked about with H.G. Wells and with his books. Like they said he was anti-Semitic because he was basically talking about how, there's a group of people who make these types of decisions. But since he's part of the group, they don't necessarily cancel him. But it's kind of like with this Damien Hirst guy. It's like he's saying what's actually happening, but since he's a part of the group, he can't actually be canceled. So they just have to like kind of tell him to, hey, revoke what you said. And I'm very bad at describing it. I'm sorry, but it's just, I don't know. Basically, he's just admitting that yes, 9/11 was part of like a plan to initiate certain things, and he's like, they should have credit for it. Which privately, yes, they do get credit for it. They all, pat each other on the back for it, but publicly, they're not allowed to do it because the average person is like you and I. We can't handle we don't know the context of why they did it, so we're not able to have that information because the context. We wouldn't understand the context
Gotcha.
of why they did it.
Pay attention,
On the
everyone.
topic of elephants, make sure to check out Florida's #1 metaphysical book and crystal store, The Dancing Elephant in Palm Beach County. You just might find me there at work. If you're not in the area, go use the code OWF at dancingelephant.shop for 10% off.
The premiere of this video coincides with the release of Monad, the debut publication of Gallo Glass Books, which is operated from the Dancing Elephant. Monad is a compendium of philosophical writings by three major Neoplatonist philosophers, Plotinus, Porphyry, and Proclus. The most accurate and potent translations of the Neoplatonists were done by Thomas Taylor in the early 1800s, and we have made those translations available in a new hardcover edition, limited to 2,000 copies. This book is an 800-page hardcover behemoth featuring an introduction by the one and only Ken Wheeler, with cover art by Benjamin A. Veerling, and a frontispiece by Cuba Sokolsky. Copies can be purchased
Ken
for a
Wheeler.
discounted price of $50 during our
likes Ken
pre-sale,
Wheeler.
to be found at galloglassbooks.shop.
He wrote the introduction.
That's your brother's book?
Yes, sir.
I think that you
Wow.
do, in reality, what
This
Sam
is
and I
Fina.
try to do in the
This is
movie.
the owner
in
of
the theater.
Fina, I think.
That's
Or
why we
designer.
connect. Fina Miami, it's like a movie. It's a movie, but it's real.
Yes, a movie that will live forever.
Our story really begins with the search for the mythical fountain of youth. But what is found
Ooh,
instead
what's that?
is a land called
La Florida, in Spanish, means flower. It's a land of flowers and dreams. It's a place of new beginnings.
natural place to be dreaming, to create.
To take a dream and to make it happen.
You go to
He's
1947 and you
disappeared.
have George Sachs, and he has a dream too.
He's about what?
Out of this
After he
fertile
walked
place,
through,
he
like
creates
when they went
the
around the pillar, he was just gone. It's like, hey, walk through that door, then walk up to the painting, and then we're gonna go around the pillar, and you're not gonna be there anymore.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really sweet.
Pretty
And they're
cringe.
all inverted.
No, and just the way that he's talking, it's like a fucking rich ass 40-year-old kid. Like, yeah, like I mean, like my hotel's like so cool, like it's like a real life movie. Like just because he has a Spanish accent makes it sound like refined and yes, very good. But he's just like a fucking trust fund dork. Like dumped a bunch of dumped a bunch of money into his shitty hotel that was already there. It was already like a glorious hotel, and they just decked it out with like the most Illuminati loser art. It's like
laundromat.
Yeah, it's like a Denver airport of hotels. It's like so overt and just not tasteful. You got to be tasteful with the
German.
Illuminati breadcrumbing, you know.
German.
first ever luxury hotel, the Saxony.
Yeah, they have this series of Gnostic murals. Gnosis. Yeah, you can see right there. Amor, love. Revelation. Energy.
Super German.
Those are all corrupted, though, it looks like to me.
Peace. I don't know what that one means. Illumination. I mean, come on. Science. Ooh. More like Zions. Zionists are Zionists. Scientists are Zionists.
Even the
Science
Zionist movement
is
was
Zions.
created and corrupted, though.
Science.
That's what people don't understand.
Shem, you've been corrupted.
Theodore Herzl thought about converting to Catholicism.
Shem, what do you think about this? I know you're on that Isaac Cappy wavelength. What do you think about the creepy Turkish bath thing in this hotel? Hexagonal altar.
The top of Saturn.
Yep.
It depends on who goes there and what it's used for. I don't know.
I heard the Black Eyed Peas filmed a video in this fucking thing. Disgusting. No, just kidding.
Is it a natural spring?
It's kind of like giving total Epstein Isaac Cappy vibes, to be honest. Like that's what I'm getting from the situation right here.
Definitely German.
The Isaac Cappy Dead Man's Trigger video, allegedly, whatever that was, showed an exact thing like this in Turkey. It was a Turkish bath like this with kids in it, and that's all I'll say.
With the Donme.
What is that?
The Donmei, the people who were forced to convert. The Sabbateans who were forced to convert.
Maybe.
They're called the
Whatever.
Donmei.
I didn't know that. But here, see, they hold like New Age ego sessions in there. And then this was extra trippy. The like sacred geometry designs. Totally there to welcome, to attract LGBT alien demons. I mean, that's what the news is telling us. Look, it's what the headline says.
They'll draw you in with that. They'll draw you in with that field geometry. And then once you're there, you're fucked. That's beautiful. That's just ferrocell.
Isn't that crazy?
That's straight ferrocell all day long. Magnetic field all day long. It's beautiful.
Is it beautiful or is it demonic or is it both?
The only beautiful thing I've seen since he started the whole place. Yeah. Only thing that I was drawn to with resonance, and I use that word, I was nothingness almost the whole time.
All right, you guys trying to watch some? Oh shit, let's get in on that. Oh shit, we're about to hit the Inception, Interstellar. Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Wait, what?
Does it end right there?
This is where I leave. I'm going
to see.
You guys are great. Old World, Florida. Best chat in town. Always has been, always will be. Spencer from Florida.
Let me turn the sound on.
If I'm not in prison, always will be. Prison soon, I'll be back from Florida. Let
me turn the sound on.
If I'm not in prison, always will be. Prison soon, I'll be back from Florida.
Let me turn the sound on.
If I'm not in prison soon, I'll be back from Florida.
Let me turn the sound on. Shem's having the time of his life.
Prison soon, I'll be back from Florida.
Spencer's making a Skrillex. Shem's having the time of his life.
Prison soon, I'll be back.
Spencer's making a Skrillex. Shem's having the time of his life. Spencer's making a Skrillex. Shem's having the time of his life. Spencer's making a Skrillex. Shem's having the time of his life. You have ascended. This is heaven. You've made it to heaven. Shem's having the time of his life. You have ascended. This is heaven. You've made it to heaven. You have ascended. This is heaven. All right, we'll end it right there. But we've got some things to promote. So guys, thanks for joining us tonight. Now if you'd like to support the channel, here are some options. If not, you can go screw yourself and go fap the night away, whatever you'd normally do. But if you'd like to support the channel, we have some ways that you can do so. Number one, we are currently in the release of The Monad, my brother's very first publication with his and our new publishing company, the Gallo Glass Books. So The Monad, you just heard the promotional video that I made for it, but go get this at galloglassbooks.shop, and it's if you order it for the pre-order it on here, it's discounted for $50. So it's a hardcover. There's the collected writings of 3 different writers. But yeah. So go get The Monad, galloglassbooks.shop. Monad. Very worth getting, guys. This will help me out, help my family out. And it's a super good book that's worth having. There's a good portion of this about vegetarianism that's worth reading from a Chad's point of view, not some blue-haired barista's point of view, not some hippie point of view. So go get the monad. What else can you do? You can go to the Dancing Elephant .shop. So Dancing Elephant, Dancing Elephant .shop. Here we've got a little banner right here too to help you remember. So go to the Dancing Elephant. Dancing Elephant .shop and use the code OWF. There's books, there's crystals, lots of good stuff. Use the code, you get 10% off. So that's pretty nice. So the code's OWF at dancingelephant.shop. Well, then we have the Moringa Man. This is the world's best moringa. August, can you pass me moringa, please? This is what the moringa looks like. We sell it here in the store. It's a product I stand by. It's just raw, organic, pure moringa. That's a leaf. One ingredient. It's a superfood. 7 times the vitamin C in oranges, 4 times the beta carotene in carrots, 3 times the iron in spinach, 4 times the calcium in milk, 2 times the protein in milk. Get wrecked. Carnies. 3 times the potassium in bananas, and more fiber than oats. Oh, so moringa is super good for you. It grows in this neighborhood that I'm in right now. You can go take it off the tree and eat it. Super good for you. 1 ingredient. It's foolproof. And this is a Florida company ran by my friend. That's why you promote it. And use the code Old World Florida, spelt out. So Old World Florida, themoringaman.com. The code's Old World Florida. And I think you get 15% off on this one. Might only be 10, but definitely 10. Might be 15% off. I don't remember. But you get a good chunk off, and I get paid when you get some. Yeah, use the code Old World Florida for the moringa. Very good stuff. Look it up. Don't trust me. It's really good for you. 1 ingredient. And it's in veggie capsules. So if you're vegan or vegetarian,
we're about to find out.
You can take this stuff too.
Scrolling across the screen right now, 15% off. There it is.
I think it's 15% off. That might all, whatever. So Moringa Man. What's he gonna see? Oh, you gotta do the math on that, but you can tell. I think that's more than 15. Yeah, I think it looks like 15% off. Promo code -5, whatever. So, yeah, great sponsor. Very proud to have the Moringa Man. That's good stuff. Can shill this stuff guilt-free, truly. And then also, we got Sip Blue, guys. Sip Blue, another sponsor of the show. This is my buddy Michael out in St. Pete. He hosted our most recent meetup. It was a blast. Lots of good people there. Very fun. His establishment is awesome. The Herbal Artists, or Herb Scoop Shop, as it was previously known. Great, smoothies, juices, or like more teas, but smoothies, juices, teas, tinctures, things like that. Place is awesome. It's a cool hangout spot too, like a bar. It's like a kava type situation too. But that place is very cool, and he runs Sip Blue. He's the owner of Sip Blue, and he's another Florida business, another friend. Like I always say, I knew each of these people for a full year before I ever started shilling their products. And when I say shill, I'm not just shilling anything. We're shilling legit, shillegit, guys. We got shillegit up in the house. So you can use the code OWF at Sip Blue too. And you can get Sip Blue, which is butterfly pea flower tea. Super good for you. Single ingredient. Also, I don't mess with multiple ingredients, guys. Both of these are a single ingredient. Moringa Man, 1 ingredient. Sip Blue, 1 ingredient. Sip Blue you can mix it into water. That's probably the best way to take it. It makes the water like fluorescent blue, like blue Gatorade. Super cool, super trippy. It's amazing for your blood, purifies your blood, helps with circulation, does all this stuff. And yeah, it's nicknamed the flower of life. And it's, it's got a lot to show for that. So that stuff's really good. I've got people who are not like holistically health minded hooked on Sip Blue. So come get some Sip Blue, guys. We've also got Shilajit. Shilajit is like the oil of the mountainside of the Himalayas. It's like the ooze of the rocks. It's like the blood of the stone. I don't know how to describe it, but it's this ooze from the Himalayas or some tall mountain range out there. And it's just like jam-packed with minerals. It's basically like a supplement sludge, but it's weird. It's like gooey and very good for you. Kind of like sea moss. It's akin to sea moss, but the texture is different. The texture is just like melted Vaseline a little bit. But
Vaseline.
Yeah. So Sip Blue, you can use the code OWF. And that'll get you 10% off. And that's a good company. Cool friend. Like I said, he hosted our most recent meetup. So some of you probably met him. He was very gracious to us. So we like to return the favor and buy some Sip Blue. Whatever your thing is, buy it. Got books and crystals of the dancing elephant. The code's OWF. We've got the Moringa Man. Code's Old World Florida. And then we've got Sip Blue. The code's also OWF. So that's all we got tonight. Those are the sponsors that's helping us keep the videos coming. Helping us, helping me, make a buck, doing what I love. So it makes it easier, allows me to put more passion into it. And yeah, certainly not rolling in dough over here. So anything you guys send and buy on from here, I feel the benefit directly. And these products have been working out good for us. These guys are very happy with the increased sales, and I'm making a buck from it, so it's works out great. And yeah, full transparency. You guys can go to this guy's place and meet him if you want. You can go meet this guy, go into his business and get treated nicely. Same here at the Dancing Elephant. So yeah, no shady business or anything, no pyramid schemes, no memberships or any of this shit. Easy peasy. Well, thank you for sitting through that, Shem.
No problem. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to the Monad book.
Nice. Well, thank you guys. Drop a fish in the chat for some Shem support. And go check out his channel, Tartarian Truth. I think he's got one now too called Shem Jacobs. Oh yeah, you can go to the Old World Florida Patreon too if you want to see all of our live streams are archived on the Patreon. They're getting slowly taken off of YouTube so that they can't hurt me in the future. Getting demonetized and flagged, and I already have 1 strike over some stupid bullshit. So getting the old live streams off YouTube just makes it easier to keep putting out new ones without getting the old ones, copyrighted or flagged for, bad behavior, bad topic or whatever. getting rid of them and just having them on Patreon is just the easy. And they're on Rumble. So anything on Rumble, it's not like we're paywalling. It's literally just about getting it off of YouTube. Like they're on Rumble for free. So no paywalling going on here. We're going live to Twitter all the time. X now.
But YouTube takes the majority of the donation money for memberships too. So Patreon, I think it's like 15% or something that they take. YouTube's like 40% or something.
Yeah. Yeah. So, if you already support, if you're already spending money, it's better probably to spend it at the Patreon than on YouTube. Because it's like YouTube's like a glorified chatterbait. Like you're just like sending chatterbait tokens at me that are like devalued 50% almost. So
it might even be 50%, honestly.
It's something like that. I think they keep 40%, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with making money, which is why I read that specific verse from Matthew earlier. But of course, you weren't listening, which is why I wanted you to read it.
Well, of course, I wasn't listening. Of course.
But you'll be reading it in the next few weeks, so it'll be okay.
Yeah, we will.
And then we will have to focus on it.
Yeah, so we got Patreons in the link of my YouTube channel. And remember, I went a whole year with my Patreon and never shouted out a single time because I could not care less where you're getting my content from until they started trying to pull the rug out from under me. It was demonetized for a couple months on YouTube. That was ugly. Got released from that. Thank God. I've been, coasting by ever since, but the older videos on live stream started getting flagged, which it just seemed like they're looking for things to flag, through old content that's like a year old. So that's more why we're being more active on Patreon now, just archiving all my old stuff on Patreon so that it can't go anywhere, can't get deleted. I'm not backing up too much of this stuff. Like my big long video presentations, I back up when I can, but not all my videos are getting archived or anything. So for right now, Patreon is the archive. So who knows, that might change later or whatever, but getting more and more active on Patreon.
If you link with Odyssey, it automatically does it for you. It's pretty nice.
What's Odyssey?
Just like a YouTube alternative, but you can sign up for your account and then link your YouTube channel. It'll take all the videos you have right now and upload them. And then going forward, it'll archive them just automatically. So I found a lot of my old videos from the old Tartarian Truth channel. But yeah. Appreciate you having me. Shout out to the chat. Shout out BBL Drizzy hanging in there.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, guys. I gotta think of a emoji for Brandon's support. I'll think of it. But shout out to Brandon behind the scenes, helping us navigate through windows and stuff like that, producing us from backstage. Shout out to Brandon. Drop a BBL Drizzy in the chat for Brandon. Yeah, that's it. Go follow Shem, like I said. Spencer from Florida. Go check him out. He joined us earlier. Great insight from him. And yeah, that's it. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate all you guys. Go buy the fucking shit that I'm selling. Okay. And see you on Sunday. Maybe before then, but definitely Sunday. Peace.
Have a good night, everyone. Peace out. Thanks, Longo.
Peace, Sean.